don't feel like you have to stay. So I'll cover the nonprofit piece first. It'll probably take me anywhere from 30 minutes to an hour. If you have a question, just let me know, and I'll stop and I'll respond to it. All right. So let's get it going. Peace, power, and profit, everybody. Welcome to Urban Economic Empowerment Show. Y'all know I'm a little behind. Normally we do our shows on Wednesdays, but today we decided to turn up a little bit for you all. Being that it is the weekend, it's kind of calm. We kind of coming off a tropical storm slash calm weather here in the Carolinas. So we have some guests with us on the panel. We'll introduce them later, but I won't prolong no time because it's some information that they're trying to get as well. So let me move this little thing around. I don't think you all can see it, but I can see it. All right, so here we go. Let me make sure I can be heard on YouTube. And so we're live actually on the Dagger Squad YouTube channel, which is Brother Garfield's channel. I appreciate him for allowing me to use his platform. So this will be one for the book. So you guys might want to get your paper and pen out. All right. Going back to the old school, and I pulled out the PowerPoint. So then pull a little bit out of us. All right. So everybody knows I have an LLC called Lamb Professional Solutions. And my motto is transition in relationships and innovative networking. And the reason I have it like that is because I noticed transitioning from the military, a lot of relationships you gain. A lot of people go into the professional world. Some people become ROT instructors. They go into the education realm. Some go back to be government workers. Some start their own businesses. Some just focus on their home life. All in all, we're transitioning to something else. The relationships that we gain along the way, sometimes we hold on to them, we continue them from a friendship perspective, but a lot of times business wise, we usually don't stay connected. But one number one things that really I think that really plagues our community is our ability to stay innovative and network. So if we start to learn how to transition, hold on to those relationships, and then start to learn to be creative, unique, and begin to network with each other across the globe, will be a little bit more effective for our community. And so that's why I came up with my motto, because that's my deal. So no matter what I'm involved with, if I'm working with the youth, if I'm working with my peers on YouTube, if I am communicating with my veteran community, or I'm just doing everyday life, I'm always talking about transitioning your knowledge, what you learn in school, whether it's an educational perspective, to what you learn on a job while you're being employed, to how can you be self-sustained, how can you use this information so that you can have multiple sources of income, and in return that becomes transitional wealth. And you can't get that unless you're able to connect those who come in after you, those who are going to succeed you, with either information, relationships, or creativity. So let's get it started. We're going to talk about nonprofits in the first part of the show, and particularly preparing for grants. And so I kind of came up with my own little outline on by looking at different federal, state, local, or corporate grant applications and seeing what would a person need from the beginning to the end. How could you come up with a checklist that would be beneficial to all those different entities? And so while doing that, or on that research journey, I decided to start getting my own business in order so that I can be a little bit more beneficial, because I had decided I wanted to be an SBA instructor. I wanted to be one of those individuals that they call that gets out and teach some of these classes. And so I started off with my service disabled veteran owned small business certification. You have to be, of course, a vet to get that and be service connected. And then recently I got my disadvantaged business enterprise, which is a DBE housed at the Department of Transportation, the minority business enterprise, which is at the Office of Governor's Office of Small and Minority Business. and then a woman-owned business and a small business certification. So all of those certifications basically just means that if I'm bidding on some type of government contract, or if someone else has bid a contract looking for a subcontractor, that I can leverage that in order to gain that percentage of the contract to be a part of that company's bid. So that's all that means. It's kind of like having a degree or a license or certification for your personal trying to go and get employment. That's what certifications does for your business. All right, so the first thing we're going to talk about, we'll talk about nonprofit grant program budgets. We're going to talk about, let me do a little Q&A. So the first thing is, for me, everybody knows my background is in auditing. I pride myself on compliance. I always feel like if individuals know how to keep their business or their entity in order from a compliance perspective, then they can go through any audit and they don't have to worry about hiding and ducking in the corner when DOL comes through or when workers' comp comes through or IRS or whomever, they'll be ready. So for nonprofits, here's a little checklist. You always start with your articles of incorporation. So in some states, that may be articles of formation or articles of organization. So it could be, but it's always at the Secretary of State. And what that document does is allow you to operate in that state. So, for example, if I start a nonprofit here in the Carolinas, I'm starting a domestic. I'm starting a domestic nonprofit organization. If my nonprofit becomes successful, I begin to expand and I want to go to Georgia with it. But I want to keep the same theme so I can operate and duplicate my processes. Then I would incorporate in Georgia as a foreign nonprofit with the same name, using the same EIN and all of that great stuff. So and another reason you start at the Secretary of State and not with the EIN with the IRS is because every state has a pet peeve about your company names, right? So like I had to slap myself on the hand yesterday because I started a nonprofit and they wanted it to end in. So the first thing I did, I looked it up and it was available and they wanted it to end in parish. So I jumped the gun and I went to the EIN first instead of going to the Secretary of State. So when I did the EIN, it all went through. But when I got to the Secretary of State to do the articles, Louisiana has a specific rule of what your nonprofit last name cannot be. And parish was one of them. And so I had to go back, dissolve the EIN, go to Articles of Court, put that in first, let them approve it, and then come back and do the EIN. So I switched my checklist around, and I made sure people, when I talk about this checklist, that I share with them why you start with the Articles of Incorporation first. Everything I have on here in this order is for a reason. If you go out of order, you will find yourself with a hard stop or an error. So from the Articles of Incorporation with the state, you want to go to the EIN number with the IRS. The Federal Employee Identification Number is how the IRS identify you for tax purposes. So they issue you a number that identifies your company. Anything with the government deals with codes and numbers. So it's letters and numbers. You may refer to your company by the name. They refer to your company by that code or that number. So anytime you call in a government entity, they'll ask, can you give me your EIN number? Or what is your UEI? Or what is your cage code? Right? So next you go to SAMS. Now, the reason you have done the Articles of Incorporation and the IRS first, because now, if you haven't been in the SAMS registration, I got an error. That's not, let me correct that real quick, because that should not be .com, that should be .gov. So when you go to the IRS, when you go to SAMS, the SAMS registration now, back in the day, you used to have a DUNS number to do government contracts in order to do business with the government. Well, now you don't need a DUNS number. However, I always tell people it's good to have the DUNS number because some entities haven't adapted over yet, so they may ask you to have it, and you don't want that to be a hard stop. But to do government work or to get grants, you don't have to have it anymore. You have to have what's called a unique entity identification, and you get that from SAMS. So when you register in SAMS, and I'll go to all these websites, when you register in SAMS, the first thing it would do, you would put your company name and the address, and you will upload the articles of incorporation and the EIN document, right? It's very important that your article of incorporations, the name and the address agrees to your EIN document, the name and the address. So some people get an EIN and they operate for a while, and then they move, they get the articles of incorporation, they may have forgotten that they've moved or they started their business, vice versa, whatever the new rate. Before you do SAMS, pull those documents and verify. If any of that information does not match, you need to correct it. So if you're going to correct the EIN, you could call this number and they will fax it to you. You want them to fax it to you because you get it immediately. It's 1-800-829-4933. 1-800-829-4933. That's the IRS. And if you get it in the mail, it takes 30 days. So that's why you want them to fax it. If you have to correct your articles of incorporation, you'd have to do an amendment. That's usually like $10 in some states. And they will, sometimes you get it the same day. Sometimes you have to wait. So, but you will upload both of those documents into the SAMS. And if everything checks out and you don't have nothing crazy going on, then they will issue you the UEI number. And then they will, usually takes about 5 to 7 days. You will log back into your SAMS registration, and then you will update the record and you will go through that long questionnaire. And the reason that's important because SAMS hold your administrative data, right? Who you are, what's your company name, what's the address, what's your status. So if you have socioeconomic indicators like DBE, MBE, veteran-owned, minority-owned, woman-owned, all of that stuff, it has that information there. It asks you a whole bunch of questions. It asks you, have you read the FAR regulation? There's a whole bunch of other questions they ask you about your business, and it asks you about your business revenue. All of that is housed in SAMS. It asks you about your point of contacts and your bank account, because if you get paid from the federal, they pay you through that system, right? And so that's why SAMS is important, and it's important to stay updated. Now, if you're in the state of South Carolina, I'll come back to the next code. If you're in the state of South Carolina, or you think you're going to do business with the state, a state vendor number is important. In South Carolina, their website is procurementsc.gov. That it takes less than 5 seconds to get. And that the state identifies you for their procurement purposes. So you have the IRS, which is EIN number for procurement, and then you have your state vendor number for procurement. So it's best to go ahead and get it all in the beginning. You never know when you're going to do business with the state. So once you've gotten approved articles of incorporation from the Secretary of State, and you have your EIN, then you could go ahead and file your 1023. Now, how does that work? There's a hard copy, and then there's an electronic copy. Electronic copy will ask you, do you plan to make more than $50,000 within the first, I think it's a particular time period. And it'll say, okay, if you're going to make less than 50K, then you can do the EZ form, and you can do it online, and it's $275. If you're going to do the loan form, you think you'll make more than $250K. The only difference between the two is that the loan form and the EZ form is that you would have to submit your bylaws and your board along with those documents, and it's $800 in the mail, right? Now, your NAICS code Your NAICS code is a code that identifies the industry that you want to do, what type of services that you're in, right? So if you're in transportation industry, then if you look up or you Google NAICS codes for transportation, you will get a series of numbers, usually about 6 numbers. It'll be a whole list, and you can select what type of transportation that you are a part of or you're involved with when it comes to those services. But it's very important that you seek your NAICS code before you, because so many people start businesses, for profits and nonprofits, and they don't look for the NAICS code first. And so when they're doing their business license or they're doing other documentation and ask for the NAICS code, they'd be like, what's that? Well, that's something you should have already known prior to getting involved. It's another number that identifies the type of services that you're involved. Can you have more than one? Yes, you can. You can have multiple NAICS codes. Board of directors.
Wait, well, I'm sorry, Monica, before you move on past the next code, what is a way for someone that is attempting to establish a nonprofit to determine which NAICS codes is appropriate if they service multiple areas?
You pick them all out, but you have to have one primary. So for example, let me show you mine. So I'll give you an example. So my NAICS code are these, right? So I have 4 listed here. This is my primary though, the second one, because I mainly do consultant work, right? So although I have 4 listed, my primary one is the second one. So you can have them all, just know which one is going to be your primary, which one is going to be the primary thing that you do, that you service. And as you can see, I have my DUNS number, I have my UEI, I have my CAGE code, and then I have my NAICS codes. So I mainly was looking for government contracts, so I have my website tailored so that if a contractor on the very first page, they wanted to offer me a contract or they was interested in me, they know everything they need from me right here. Right here. Never put your EIN out there because it's just like having a social security number. Right? Right. And I'll go to the website for the NAICS codes and you can see how you can make that easier for you. We good? And it'll narrow down as you go along. Your board members, you can have, to get it started, you can have a minimum of 3, and I think sometimes they'll even let you do it with 1, but I always tell people 3 board members, president, secretary, treasurer, and it'll get you going. Now, I remember, because I registered someone in Georgia before, and Georgia Secretary of State wants you not only to list the board, secretary, president, treasurer, secretary, they also want you to list directors. So you would have, so you could say, you could have dual roles. They allow you to have dual roles. So you have your president, secretary, treasurer. You have president / program director, treasurer / accounting director, that kind of thing. Secretary / program coordinator. Makes sense? Sanaya. So your board, you want to make sure you have that intact as well. Treasury registry. So every state has a treasury registry. And basically what they do is make sure that you file in your 990s on time. That's your tax document. Either if you're making less than 50,000, you're filing a 990 in. If you're making more than 50,000, you're doing a 990, the long form, or an easy, depending on how much money you're making. And then you also register with them, and you do that annually, and you upload your 990, or you upload the state's annual finance report. And then your bylaws. And your bylaws is basically your governing document. Hold on. Right. And so I have generic ones of those. Hold on. Where did she go? Oh, there we go. And so usually I always tell people use the generic ones, and you can add as you go along, because it pretty much has everything you need, with the exception of your mission statement, which you could add. And then when your meetings are gonna be, and maybe your list of board members, and then you signing them, and everything else you can add to it, unless you create some other different types of positions and things of that nature. But it's a working document. All right, so let's talk about the money. I always like to talk about the money first. Those nonprofits, once I go through the checklist, it's all about the money after that. Time, interest, and money. Who has it? Many people think when they start a nonprofit, it's all about grants, and they never have a way to earn revenue or self-sustain. So the grants are there to get you started, but you always got to think economic development. What happens when there is no grants or no grant opportunities available at that time? How are you going to make money? Everything about the nonprofit is not free. You have to have some way to generate revenue. Okay, you have to have time. You have to be interested in whatever it is that you set forth to do. And you have to know how to find the money, where to go, what are the funding sources. You need to understand time, deadlines, letter intents, online applications, invited full application, application status, and final presentations. What are these things due? What are the dates for them? Now, sometimes you'll come across a grant and it doesn't have a deadline. No rhyme, no reason. You just fill out this document, send it back, and you could possibly be funded, right? But then sometimes you come across grant applications and they may say the grant is open July 1st, is closed August 31st, and they may fund you January 1st. Or you may come across grants and they say, okay, before we even let you pass or even get an application, you have to give us a letter of intent. What are you going to use this money for? And then we'll let you in. We'll decide whether or not we want you to complete our application. And then sometimes you can go to places, you'll see online applications, you'll see PDF files, or maybe corporate funders and you may have been introduced to their community relations person. That happens a lot. Or sometimes it may just be invitation only. That's when you get the big dogs. And then some funders will put the application status online. Some you got to call and ask. Some may send you a letter. Not all of them go through a final presentation. Some people allow you to do presentations, just depends on the funder. It's all at their discretion. So just make sure you read all the guidelines of the grant. Interest. You have program grants, capacity building grants, operating fund grants, in-kind grants, and small business nonprofits who see grants locally, right? So your project grants, those are program specific or projects for a predetermined period. Those are usually grants, it goes on their fiscal year. So if you're dealing with the state grants, that's July to June 30th. If you're dealing with the federal, maybe October to September. If you're dealing with corporate, maybe calendar year, or it could cross fiscal years. Just pay attention to the program and what it's due. So I just wrote a federal grant and it was due July 11th, but it doesn't even fund until June 2025. So that's the thing about grants. You never know. The timing is not tomorrow or next week. It's whenever the funder or the grantor allows it to be. So you just got to be on your P's and Q's. And even if you come across grants and they already closed, then still get ready for it for the next year. Because then you know that that grant is something on the radar. Sometimes those programmatic grants are 3 years, 5 years sometimes. So sometimes when you're dealing with the government, don't look for those to just be something that's indefinite. A lot of times they will pass a bill, fund those projects. It might be 3 to 5 years. A lot of times on a 3-year spectrum, they'll get it out there 3 years, and after that, that money is gone. So make sure when you're planning that when you're thinking programmatic, you're also thinking time. And a lot of times, smaller nonprofits get frowned upon because they put their nonprofits to be in place forever, but they're getting their funding that's not only meant to last for a year or 2 or 3. And those funding is no longer there, and they never set back to think about how they're going to self-sustain after their grant is gone. So you always got to think economic development. How do I make this money work for me? Then you have capacity building grant. That's how Tiffany and I met on a capacity building project. Increase the ability to do more in your area. These grants are funds that are being shifted down to nonprofits for a broader project or a broader mission, so to speak. So they're not specifically to a program, but they are there to either help with planning, training, conferences, retreats, things of that nature. Then you have so if you are a community builder, are you someone in a community that's working on something, capacity building grants are a good place to look for funds. And then the programmatic grant would be how you actually funded the actual project. Okay. Then you have operating fund grants. This is giving ongoing support to an organization. Small family foundations are more likely to provide operating fund grants. And I'll show you how you can identify the difference between these different funded entities, right? So operating is more for you, the background of your business and how you operate. What is needed to operate, whether it's for accounting services, logistics, admin support, consultants, grant writing, that kind of thing. In-kind grants, these are provided non-monetary help, such as equipment or even pro bono personnel. Corporations most often supply in-kind donations and grants. These are the things where you go and sometimes people bring letters to department stores and they give them items, or maybe they donate a tractor, a car, people raffle it off to make money. These are in-kind donations. Sometimes it's monetary, sometimes it's not. And the last one is these local grants. These are maybe your local government, your county, your city, could possibly be your parish, could be your state, may have some funding, or it could just be corporations in your area. And these are some sources, some websites that you definitely need to become familiar with. The grants.gov one is a free website. Those are where most of the federal grants are. And the Foundation Center, this is a free site. You don't have to do a paid subscription, but I'll go there and show you how to maneuver that one. And you can see all of the foundations and who have money, how much money they've already distributed. There's broken out by category of the type of funding that's available. And in Grants Watch, that's a paid subscription. Guidance Star, if you do start a nonprofit, you definitely want to put your nonprofit on Guidance Star, because that's how a lot of funders may find you. They have a certain time of the year, I think in the spring, where they have Give Day. And I'm sure you guys probably have heard of Giving Tuesday, or Tuesday being a day of giving. That's a lot of nonprofits go to the Guidance Star, a lot of corporations, a lot of state agencies, they have their employees give, and they use that website to find nonprofits that they would like to give to. All right, the money. You have restricted and unrestricted. So restricted funds, these are spent on specific projects, right? And usually what you have to show that you've used that money where you said you were going to use it is they would ask a request, they would give you a request for payment form, and you would have to give them an itemized list of what you're going to spend the money on. You may have already gotten an approved budget, so they would want you to have that on that list. You'd have to give them invoices or maybe quotes, canceled checks. Canceled checks are from the so you've written a check, someone cashed it, and you go to your bank account and the check shows where it's been cashed. You print it off, it'll show where the bank has actually printed this little digital deal on the back. Those are considered canceled checks. And then bank proof. So when you're actually once you get the money, let's say you get $50,000, you spend the money on your project, you'd have to give them back an itemized list of what you spent it on, all the invoices that you paid, the canceled checks to support those invoices. You don't have to cancel checks. Sometimes they use the bank statement or it shows the debit from the bank. But the idea for the canceled checks is to say that, hey, the money that you say, the check that you wrote, it actually went to that person and that person cashed that check. Hold 1 second. Sanaya. You see these little kids? I swear. Unrestricted funds. So unrestricted funds it's the only difference between restricted and only more you charge it for my iPad. The only difference between the unrestricted and restricted is that if you put together a budget for unrestricted funds, let's say you had $10,000 in supply, $15,000 in equipment, and you only spent $5,000 in supply, they would allow you to switch that remaining $5,000 from supplies, and you can use it to purchase equipment, or vice versa. Basically, allowing you to move the line items around to fund another line item. So we know budgets sometimes are not always perfect. However, you can get them close enough to where you don't have to do this. This is my pet peeve. I'm gonna tell you guys right now. Oh, and Shanice's here. Shanice tell you I cannot stand having to switch a line item. I like my stuff to, which however we say we're gonna do it, let's do it that way and keep pushing. However, if I have to do it, I will. But I like to be as close to accurate as possible because I always feel like you gain a funder's trust when you stick to the script. Acknowledgement letters. Anytime you get money from donors, you're to issue them back an acknowledgement letter. This is merely your letterhead, the date, how much you receive, what you receive it for, and your tax. If you're a tax-free entity, then you have to put your tax information on it because they would take, and then you sign it and date it. They will take that acknowledgement letter and use it for their taxes to show proof that they have, you're acknowledging that you gave them money or you received money. So that acknowledgement letter can go two ways. You receive money from an entity and then you issue them another to them, letting them know that you acknowledge you're receiving, and they issue you back a letter saying thanks for participating in their program, la 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 la. Right. So those acknowledgement letters are important. Receipts, invoices, canceled checks. Always get a receipt. If someone doesn't want to give you an invoice in a nonprofit, you don't give them a check. Point blank, period. Because you'll find yourself at the end of your fiscal year, you're missing invoices. Now you got to go hunt people down. They won't clear your check. And don't be on a reimbursable basis. You're not going to get your money if you can't prove you spent it. So these are best practices. These are, according to the IRS, they are must-have. Always get an invoice. Always get a receipt. Always have a bank account where your checks, your canceled checks are on your bank statements. Because if you have one of those banks where you can no longer pull a canceled check after 18 months or after 6 months, you're going to be SOL. However, if you opt to have the bank statement where the canceled checks come with it, you'll always be able to go back and get the bank statement and you can pull those checks from there. Just a little tip. End-of-year statements and acknowledgement letters kind of go hand in hand. If you have continuous donors, you keeping a running tally, then you could use an end-of-year statement, or you can consolidate it all in one on an acknowledgement letter. It's a choice. Over here to the right, these are different accounting systems. They're not limited to more that's out there. Everyone knows I favor QuickBooks, mainly because it has all your needs with it. I'm no stranger to ADP or Clover or Paycheck. I just favor QuickBooks. I'm an Intuit girl. I have all Intuit products. It's kind of like having an Apple. A little shameless plug. All right. So when I talk about who has it, so we talked about time, we talked about interest, we talked about money. Let's talk about who got it. You got your trade, your industry, your trade associations. You have your local. Boy, you scared me. Your local, state, federal government representatives. You have your manufacturers and your suppliers, and you got your financial institutions. All of these folks have money. I should have added corporate. All these folks have money. If you go to any large business website and you search for grants, it's probably going to pop up with community outreach, community. Hold on one second. I'm live. All right. It's probably going to pop up with community development, community outreach, community something, community grants. But any corporation, I would recommend that whatever industry or whatever services you're providing, that you get to know whatever business in your area that also provides that service, or you get to know the corporations in your area. So case in point, an example, in the Lower Richland area, they have Westinghouse, where Westinghouse is in the community, and they also offer community grants. So a lot of the organizations will contact their point of contact, and they will give them a couple bucks. And the only thing you have to get back to them, an acknowledgement letter, show them pictures of them, invite them to whatever you have going on, so they can prove that you're actually doing things in the community. Here in the Carolinas, our counties have discretionary funds. Sometimes they have it on discretionary funds. Sometimes they have it on economic impact grant, or they have hospitality grant, a tax. They may call it H tax or A tax, which is accommodation tax. A lot of our counties in South Carolina have those. That means like a lot of the festivals that go on, they go on because of those taxes. They usually get a couple bucks to actually host those events. And then we've had American Rescue money that came through that helped nonprofits and businesses. Then you also have something recently, infrastructure grant money that came out. They got community block grants. So the city also have the same thing, but that's how the Carolinas get down. Some of the other states, you'd have to search it and find out if they offer grants. A lot of states, your business has to be in that county in order to apply for that grant. Any questions so far? All right. If not, I'm going to go to some of those websites. So here's some links, and I'll go to some of those sites. This is a program. I won't go through that. All right, the next code. Here we go. All right. So when you do your Secretary of State filings, you have to have a registered agent. So the registered agent has to have a physical address in that state, cannot use a PO box. You can be your incorporator and your registered agent, right? Now, I noticed when I was doing the Louisiana nonprofit filing, they asked for the directors, just like Georgia did. So they wanted the founders, they wanted the directors, and the registered agent on their application. South Carolina, we just have to incorporate. You can add your board. You don't have to add your board, and you have your registered agent. Now the NAICS code. Let's go to the website. So it's very important when you do the NAICS code lookup that you're not on the 2017 or earlier year, because they changed NAICS code. And here you see all the different sectors, right, of the industries of the different NAICS codes. And this is how they're broken down. So, for example, I'm under the consultant area, so I found my NAICS code here under other services, right? If you're into, so like the Gullah Festival, I've been involved with a lot. They're under arts and education, recreation, because they host festivals. So whichever, if you're in the transportation, you'll find your NAICS code there. If you're in the IT, you might find your NAICS code there. If you're a financial advisor, you might find your NAICS codes under this one. So let's go here. Let's say you don't know. Let's go back. Let's say you don't know. I'm not really sure. Let's say I'm gonna deal with, since I got it here, I want to pressure wash houses. Boom. All right. So everything here comes up that has to do with washing something. So you would read through not just the titles, kind of look through the description to help you narrow it down. So if you just pressure washing, you're just doing decks and building and fences and things of that nature, this will be your NAICS code. If you also take your pressure washer, you wash your cars, you'd also select that NAICS code. Give you an example. One time I helped someone build a contract do their certification, and they had a commercial cleaning company, and I never really thought about washing cars. They were washing cars, but I just thought about pressure washing, and I only pulled the pressure washing NAICS code. So we had the opportunity to build a contract with the comment as the person to wash the buses. And because I didn't have this car wash NAICS code, the people who put the who subcontract with, when the comment, they weaned them out because we didn't have somebody to do this portion of the contract, which we did. It was us, but we didn't have that NAICS code on our certification. So they tried to say we had to find somebody else. So they had to get someone for this portion. And so we got to wash the sidewalks and things at the bus stops, but we couldn't wash the cars. I know that was like the stupidest thing. However, it was a lesson learned for us, because we learned to go and select every NAICS code that we even thought that we would use, and made sure that when we got certified, recertified, that codes was on our certification. So let me show you my certification. I'll show you a picture of my certification, and then you can see what I'm talking about, and it will help you out. And if anybody have any questions while I look for that cert, and that's why that is important. So some people are like, oh, boy, you put out too much information. Why do we need all that to start off? Well, you always want to start business the way you want to end it. You want your business to have everything necessary for you to be successful. And you cannot be successful if you're not ready for all opportunities. And that's how it goes.
So Monica, I don't have a question, but can we get on a call after this?
Yeah, that's cool.
All right, perfect. Thank you. And this is so great. Thank you for everything you are presenting to us.
Yeah, hope y'all learned something.
A lot, girl, a lot. Thank you.
And the reason you want to make sure that you have these certs, because if an opportunity falls in your lap, you're gonna be ready. You won't have to say, let me wait. Give me a second. Let me go figure that out. Well, how do I do that? Well, nobody told me I had to do that. If there's one thing I can't stand, it's about somebody to say, nobody told me. Oh, it drives me crazy. It drives me so crazy. I'd be like, okay, you couldn't read it? All right. So this one right here is my Department of South Carolina. This is my y'all don't be trying to come to my house either. My disadvantaged business enterprise certification. So this is what I'm talking about right here. So the NAICS code. So they have what I'm specializing in right here. So it has me under business development and training consultant to include compliance, cost analysis, and payroll services. Now check it out, right? What happened was when I was doing my site visit, the guy was asking questions, and I made sure to highlight that this is what I'm involved with. I like training people on cost analysis, compliance, and payroll. Why? Because remember, my intent was to teach for either DOT, because they wouldn't let me teach for them unless I got certified, or SBA. But this is what I wanted to teach on. I didn't want to do anything else, even though I'm knowledgeable in it, because these are the areas where people kind of fail with their government contracting. So he made sure not only he just said business development and training consultant services, he said to include these things. And I already have a contract doing this right here with the company. I created a contract. So whatever work you do a contract. Because when it comes down to it and you get a big opportunity, they're going to ask you, do you have any contracts? That means, do you have any past performance? Now, this one is one of my buddies. This is his SBA. I just want to show you the difference in the certs. So on our websites, which I have to still add to mine, we're going to put these logos that also tells the company that, hey, we are certified, we've been vetted, and we're ready to go. And as you can see, he's into cleaning. So he got the commercial cleaning, he got post-construction, residential cleaning, to include office, homes, and floor care. And those are the NAICS codes. And those are difference between the two. And I got two more that I probably can't put my hand on just yet. All right, so when you're looking for the NAICS code, that's why that's important. You want to put as many words as possible. So the one that always gave me a run for my money is youth services. So a lot of people that deal with youth, right? However, when you look up youth services, you have to know what type of service, and these change a lot. What type of services that you're offering. So you have to read through, right? So like in my cousin's situation, they're doing something with sports. So I had to really dig in here, and I wanted to make sure I maximized. And I gave him an indicator for retail because he wants to sell stuff. So I had to look up athletics, like I was putting in sports. I was putting in everything, trying to figure out what would he fall under, And so I just started selecting almost, everything that had to do with possibly what he would be doing, because it was just so finicky. I think I ended up doing this one. Matter of fact, I ended up going to ChatGPT to find out which one would be the best option. And I ended up with this one because it's a sports club, but it's not operating as a sports facility or recreational. I think I ended up with that one. And I think I also ended up with this one. So just make sure that when you're doing your NAICS code that you're going through it. Now, the other other than the NAICS codes, it's the Guidance Star. So when you go to the Guidance Star, you want to create an account for free. So let's go there. Let me see what else is here. Yep, this is all gonna come under the guidance star. Okay, yep. I just needed to know what else I had on this slide. This was something else I'm missing. So, let's go Foundation Center. Foundation Center. And you want to have these on your radar because you want to know how to maneuver through them. So you could get through the guidance star here. And this tells you all about nonprofits. Like you can really gain some really good insight. Let's see. You get to the guidance star here. Right here, you definitely want to put your stuff on there. For philanthropy news, you can get through here. They'll send whatever type of nonprofit or whatever interest that you have as far as type of programs. They will send you emails on the different grants that come out. Let's go here. And when you get a page description, you can actually see every nonprofit 990 on here. So a lot of times government agencies, they'll find out whether or not you follow your 990s. They'll have a subscription. They'll come here. They'll pull your 990. Somebody want to know what your 990s is, public knowledge. They'll pull it. You can pull it from here. One thing I didn't say, U.S. trademark and copyright. Before you select a name, make sure you go to U.S. trademark. Verify. Make sure that you search the system, that the name of your company is not somebody else's name. Don't get caught slipping. All right. So they go to U.S. trademark and also go to U.S. copyright. Don't get caught slipping. A lot of times people don't do this, and you look again, there's a whole bunch of companies running around with the same name. You don't want that. And I think that, honestly, I think I covered enough for now for the nonprofit world. Let me go back to the checklist. Yeah. Questions and concerns. Kick you off. You have a board. You have a board. You have you. And programmatic. That's the stuff I skipped over. So any program, any nonprofit has a program. Any grant you do, usually it's the title of your grant, the name of your organization, which is you, the applicant, the title of your grant, the description. So usually you have to write a program or write about it. If you do it early, you don't have to do it later. It's kind of like having a business plan, right? This is an example of a call center. We put a call center together. We put a soft skills training together for a call center. We were doing business with Arise, and we noticed that the start date for working with Arise, it varied. And so what we did, we had a grant, and so we put together a soft skills training prior to them starting to kind of teach them some things before they started working a call center. And so we came up with a pathways for employment training to workforce development. So here's was the description. Land Professional Solution provides a virtual and technical platform to train individuals to work from home or a small call center. The training will include, we're going to do soft skills training such as keyboarding, impromptu customer service, and equipment operating, preventive maintenance. The second phase was character development, which includes business etiquette, networking, and time management. And the third was virtual call center certification training. They said upon completion of the 12-week program, the participants start employment based on the call center client's start date, and the Land Professional Solutions will follow up weeks with each participant on the status of his or her work experience. So here we go. So the duration of the program, we had it broken out: education and skills training, a certificate awards training, and an employment to the call center with a Fortune 500 company or a larger company. So it was 12 weeks. So the first 2 weeks was the pre-assessment and employment training registration. The 8 weeks was week 3 and week 10. They would be in a call center certification program. And then the last 2 weeks was follow-up and post-assessment. And then the pathway to employment training to workforce development. It planned to focus on all 3 key activities as well as the participant level to service and achieve the outcomes and outputs. And so we were looking for 120 participants, 30 participants per week. So we got our first 30. We was charging $1,200 per participant. The area we were focusing on, it was in and around Richland County. This actually happened. We did this, y'all believe it or not. Janice and I did this with Commission of the Blind. Lesson learned. You hear me? Virtual. We did it on a virtual platform because of COVID. We had so we had the participants come in. We did the assessments. We pitched the package to the department. Once they started, we started doing soft skills training with them. In this case, with the Commission of the Blind, we had to kind of learn how their system, JARS, that helps them to read, works. And so we had to change all of the handouts and make them word friendly, where the system would be able to read it for the client. And so we had to change all of our exercises and it was kind of like a trial and error deal. But we were rocking and rolling after about the first 2 weeks. So they went through the class. What we did was, to make this program successful, we attached a actual customer service certification certificate that was accredited. And we had it included in our cost for the contract. It was $75 per person. So the last class, it was a do-it-yourself learning. And they had a week. We monitored them. They all passed. So they got a certificate that was accredited with CPE hours. And then we had a little graduation. And then we did a follow-up. And so these were our outcomes. We wanted to make sure that everybody who enrolled, that 60% of those individuals stayed. And out of those 60%, we was looking for another 60% to actually get a job, and so on and so on and so on. And that's usually how grants are written up. And as you can see, our community partners was the Department of Social Services, Department of Workforce and Development, the WIOA, CP Johnson Enterprise, that's Shanice's business, Same Day Print, that's Shauna's business. Yeah, and so that's kind of how you write it up. This was our job description for a call center rep. So you had a little job description. And bam. So it's not very difficult to put your program together. And I know a lot of times people start their nonprofits where they'll say, I don't want to start a nonprofit and I want to help the youth. They have no rhyme, no reason. They don't have no way how they're going to evaluate that. They don't know how it's going to be successful. They don't collect any data on from start to beginning. Do these people like it? Do they don't like it? It's just a continuous deal. So anytime you think nonprofit, think programmatic. This is why we're involved with projects right now. We going project to project versus it being a running go, because we're going grant to grant, so to speak. So usually you want to write down where you think you're going to get your money from, how much income you think you're going to have. Then you want to write down, this is basic. You can go through Excel. Let me show you something. You can go to Excel and you could do new. Google Docs is good. And do a income statement. Create one. And this is pretty much how you got to line up everything. The sales, you could change sales to grants. You can switch it up, make it work for you. And these are usually all the expenses that you usually have, right? And if you don't want to do it from an income statement perspective, you could do it from a profit and loss. So I always tell people, if you have a nonprofit, use one of these Excel spreadsheets because it already have built-in formulas for you that helps you out. So from a profit and loss statement, same thing. It has everything broken down in categories, and you want to start off building your budgets like this. And even if you don't want to use these formats, you want to make sure you have these expenses in there because you're going to need all of that. Or if you're doing an event type of deal, you want to come here and you want to use an event template where you put in all your expenses for your event, and then you put in where your income is coming from, and then it gives you a summary. And you be looking high speed. So these are things to help you out. Events come into play when you're trying to raise money. And that's super important when you're dealing with a nonprofit. All right. No. No, you can't use that. Because I said so. I have to buy you something.
I told you he didn't do it right.
So he got one. No, y'all better go find y'all something to do. Because I'm live. And it can hear everything I said.
I'm telling Zion to come here so I can put on this thing.
Bye. Look here. All right. Child, you got anything you want to add? What I missed, what I didn't cover? Something I should have said that I didn't. A lot.
No, you covered everything. Really, basically.
Preliminary for starters.
Yeah, no, I think, yeah, you covered everything. I will say that with that program that we ran, we did it twice for the South Carolina Commission of the Blind. So, I guess it was a little successful. They wanted it again.
And one thing you'll learn about programs, especially when you go in and you do something for the government and get a government contract, they will copy your information. They will take
Yes, they will.
Because Shanice have a very successful employment program, and they didn't have one. And so they went through her information, her workbook, and they noticed her outline, and then they noticed she had social media and some digital something, the social media, whatever.
Footprint. Yeah, your digital footprint.
And right. Social media, and they didn't think about that. And so they let Shanisa taught that class twice, and then they pretty much mimicked how we were doing, what we were doing. And then when they found out we used that certification program, they basically was like, well, we don't need y'all. We can just use that. And we can take these two components that we don't have, we can add it into what we have. So they were building their program as they watched us teach a program. And they paid for it. But once they got what they wanted, they tossed us to the wolves and they did it themselves. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so one thing you have to remember when you're doing your programs, that when people ask you for your information, like I did a Ford grant one time, and the reason I never do another one, or I never submitted it, because they had somewhere in the fine print that said, if your grant does not get selected, we have a right to use your information if we want. Oh, hell no. I did all that work.
What?
No. Yeah, so I never applied for a Ford grant. But so what you would want to do is, instead of giving people your information, you create a brochure, or you create like some type of outline that you could give them, and you can explain it, and you could do your whole PowerPoint presentation from. Because I remember Pastor Wade, when he first started Jumps, and he had the grant with the workforce, and he was doing work with juvenile justice. They took his program And that's why if you look up jumps, you'll see 2 jumps program in South Carolina. But they
Wow.
couldn't do it the way they did it. And so it wasn't as successful, right? Because people don't know your motive, people don't know your rhyme or reason and why you put your information the way you do. So, but yeah, but this
Monica.
is, huh?
Oh, no, go ahead with that thought because I had another thought.
No, go ahead.
No, I was going to ask you, have you gone over capability statements?
I didn't go that far, but I can.
Okay. No, I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be tonight. I was just wondering.
Yeah, I chop these classes up to not overwhelm. It's actually on another PowerPoint. Let me see.
Okay.
And I had pulled it out because normally I'll go from this to the budget piece.
To the budget piece, yeah.
And the correspondence to follow. And whatnot. So I'll leave that one for Wednesday.
Okay.
I don't want to overwhelm
it just crossed my mind. I wanted to ask while it was on my mind.
Yeah. So any questions about any of these preliminary stuff?
It is some changes on there that I wasn't aware of, and I'm glad I hopped on because now I have to go back and do some things with my company with that. So
yeah. And
I'll be a little busy.
For the most part,
I have
the
to do
reason
some
you want to
updates.
have this entire checklist done because this checklist has you ready for government, federal, state, and corporate. The only thing I didn't put on here, and I'll probably put it back, is the DUNS number because it's optional. Yep. And this keeps you ready to rock, ready to roll. Now, once you get it done, when we get into, okay, how do I make this money, right? When I go to this page right here, know who. So, for instance, if I'm going to get involved with an association, I'm going to get involved with the Minority Contractors Association. Because I'm looking for clients that are already in business that need my services, right? So I'm not in a particular industry. I'm into compliance, right? If you're dealing with a particular so for example, Chanisa, what do you do? What's your business for?
My business is programs, creating programs, and also have that employment training piece.
Right. And Chris studied to be. What's your business? Besides selling them sneakers? Chris is studying for Series 65. So he wants to be a financial advisor, right?
Stockbroker, financial advisor. It's a combo. Right. Series 66.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Series 66. So Chris can also create a program to teach young people about financial planning. And so he would be going to, so when we think about, let's go here. When we think about associations. So when I was doing some cleaning stuff with a buddy of mine, I was like, hey, we need to go to trade shows because that's where you're gonna find you some business at. We had did commercial cleaning association or trade show. We'd go to Google and we'll look them up and see who having what, where we might want to go, what type of trade shows out there, industry cleaning. And the reason you want to get involved with associations or trade shows, because they're gonna have the latest lingo. Remember, the lingo is always changing. I'll give you one right now. So once you put your organization together, it's always helpful that you go see. They used to be, I'm gonna put it in like this, but they're not called this no more. It's not called PTAC no more. It's actually called Apex. Hold on. Let me get it right. Because they changed the way where you go to get help with contracting. I think it's on here somewhere. It said it on here. This is the SAMS website. This is what I was telling you earlier. I'll bounce back to the PTAC. This is where you get started. So you would go here. Once you do Secretary of State EIN, you would go here. You would say get started, and it will walk you through. And one of the steps is that you upload that Secretary of State document and that EIN. And then it will issue you your unique identifier. And then once you get through, then you can update it and you can go through the rest. And sometimes there's a bear. So you at that point, you'd end up calling me. Let me see. Procurement. Oh. Assistance Center. Yeah, this is change scores. PTAC, Chamber of Commerce. You want to get to know all these folks because they got free workshops. And I used to just go sit in them. And sometimes I would go and I would send Shanice and Katasha them, and they just go sit in there and just listen for me. I can't go right now. And they have trainings you could go to, and you just want to listen, and you're just listening for opportunities, really. But this has changed. It's actually no longer called PTAC. It's called Apex. I just have to get the right. Where did I get that from? Yeah, right here. I thought it did. Yeah, they changed it. They're changed in it may not be called Procurement Technical Assistance Center anymore. They changed it to these Apex centers. Yep, I am. So they got a whole new thing going on that I got to learn about. See, Apex Accelerated Program, formerly known as Procurement Technical Assistance Program, under management of the Department of Defense. Yeah, so I got to get up on my game. I got to see what they got going on. And they help you. They will review your information, and get you headed in the right direction. And this is why we got to stay up on game. These different trainings that they have now, they haven't had anything since 2023, so I'm a little behind. But I'm about to start participating in these things so I can get back going, because this is how you get contracts. This is how you stay in the know, to know what's going on, and things of that nature. See, government contract assistance. This is where you want to go. When you put your stuff together, they'll put you to know. Because I'm telling you, getting contracts is where it's at. It's sustainability. This is where your buddy. This is how you keep easy flow revenue. This is how you get lines of credit for your business, contractual services, whether it's with the government or as a private sector. You want to show that you have consistent revenue coming in. That's where the accounting system comes into place. You want to make sure you track your miles. I always share with people my QuickBooks Self-Employed. If you don't have it, you need to get it. All right. And the reason I don't use any software, because like I said, I'm an Intuit girl. So QuickBooks has everything that I need to do. If I need to track my profitability, if I need to track my business expenses and my personal expenses, if I need to invoice, accept payments, you got the mileage, tracking your miles, your goals, you can put your sale goals in there. And you can also do budgets now. And then now they got something called Solopreneur. It's only $10. $10 for you to get started. 3 months, and then it goes up to 20. Trust me, for tax season, to save your life. Super important. Super important. If you haven't been tracking your miles, you need to start, especially if you're in business. Everything's business for me. You'll learn. I'll write off everybody. I want to spend my money. You got me eating out doing business stuff. Oh, I'm writing you off. Don't even worry about it. Trust me. Anyways, that's enough of this drama. Chris, you got anything ready for me? Chris, Focus and Tiffany, y'all got any questions outside of what you want to ask me outside of this? Where did if not, I'm gonna go to Chris. You ready?
I don't have any questions right now, but when we get off this, we'll talk.
Okay.
But I just want to say, firstly, thank you for everything. This was so informative. I learned a lot, so I appreciate you more and more every day, girl. I love you, girl.
Thank you.
Hey, Janisa, I love you too, girl. Janisa.
Hey, Tiffany.
You want to there's anything about the checklist? Everything's kind of simple. You're with your friend because he left. He's still here.
No, he's here. He might be moving around, but he's definitely listening. I'm not sure if he can speak right now. Hocus, are you here, Hope? Yeah, he's busy, that's why I said we can get together after the fact. For what we need to ask you personally, if that's okay with you.
Okay, that's cool.
Right.
Okay, Chris.
Yo.
I got up the article that says credit card debt hits record 1.14 trillion.
All right, before we go into that, I want to say happy belated birthday to Sister Janisa.
Thank you, Chris.
Yes, happy belated birthday, Janisa. We love you.
Thank you. Thank you.
You remember.
Okay, so I got a question for you, Mo.
Uh-oh. He always want to ask me a question.
Yeah, you got to know this, right? So,
maybe.
Do you know the difference between a leading indicator, a lagging indicator, and a coincident indicator?
A leading indicator, would that be information that for to come, like future, that could trigger the market move for a future happenings, I guess. And a lagging, I don't know the correct answer, but I could go to Google.
No, don't go to Google. Just use what you already know. And just think about it using common sense.
And then, what did you say? Leading, lagging, and what?
Coincident.
And coincidence, yeah. And then a lagging indicator is something that's it's going to happen. It's just a matter of time when. And then a coincidence would kind of be you should have. I don't know. Keep going.
All right.
You're not gonna give you non-politically correct answers.
I mean, that's fine. That's good because you on the path. So leading will be predicting where something is headed, like future, like where we're going in the future.
Yeah. See, I had that one right.
Coincident is something that will be current. Right. And then lagging is like past, is in the past.
Oh, gotcha.
Okay, so the reason why I asked you this is because if you are a person and you needed to adjust to things that's happening around you, like rising prices on, food, clothing, and shelter, you will need to know where we going. Since you already know what's going on, shit is high right now, and you gotta strategize on how to make more money or how to cut back here and add some here, so forth and so on. So that would be your current situation. And your current situation is letting you know what's going to be led or what's going to happen next. And then we can just look at the past to see how we got here. So that's your leading, lagging, and coincident indicators. So when it comes in terms of economics, it's just dealing with the economy. So a leading indicator would be something like, let me see if Mo can give me one.
Wait, what?
What would be a leading
The
indicator?
election?
No.
Oh man. Okay. Climate change.
It's dealing with the economy.
Oh, the academy?
Yeah.
Oh,
you know how we get weekly reports.
The you talking about the unemployment report? GDP?
Yeah, so you got average weekly initial claims for unemployment, so that's one.
Employment, the jobs. That's the jobs and the unemployment is the same thing?
No, two different things.
Okay, so the jobs report.
Yeah, so you got so you got initial claims. You got the S&P 500 level.
Yep.
You got the index of new manufacturing orders.
Okay.
Number of new building permits. Consumer confidence index. And then the interest rate spread between the treasury yields.
Interest rate, you said no.
When you say that?
That's the first thing I said.
Well, I didn't hear you say that. So yeah, the 2 and the 10s and the federal funds rate. So those are leading indicators. Those are what's going to tell you what's going to happen in the future.
Leading indicators. Where can I find this at? This is some good information. I need to write this down.
You just found it right now.
I hate that boy, I swear. I told you your ass is mean.
No, but you can do a Google search and it'll be able to pull up.
Okay.
All right. So, and then you got coincident indicator, which is non-farm payrolls. Or
What
number of
indicators?
So just type in like leading indicators.
I got you.
And it should, some stuff should pop up. Investopedia should come up too. So, but the reason why we're running down this list is because if I know shit around me is getting expensive, I want to know why and what I need to do to kind of combat that. People, inflation is a key word, it's a hot word, a hot topic. And people recognize that shit is expensive. But do you know why it's expensive? And do you know what's gonna happen if it stays that way? Or you just think, oh man, the president and them, they just gonna handle that. That's the wrong way to think about this. Because the president can't plan for you. You can only plan for yourself.
Ooh, that's a t-shirt.
It really is. And I'm going to trademark that, so don't even think about stealing it. But so a coincident indicator is number of employees on non-farm payrolls, average hours worked, personal income levels, industrial production levels, manufacturing sales, and the unemployment rate. So that's all stuff that's current. Tell you what the economy is like currently, right? So these are the indicators that you would use to, explain what things are happening now. And then you have lagging indicators, which gives you insight into past performance. And that's where we get the CPI, corporate profits, change in labor costs per unit of output, and average duration of unemployment. See, average duration of unemployment is a lagging indicator. The number of initial claims filed for unemployment is a leading indicator. So that's just something quick that I want to run down. The shit is gonna be boring to a lot of people, but I guarantee if you start paying attention to this stuff, then you can prepare yourself for whatever is coming and whatever that is. So now, if there's no questions, Mo, you still trying to find that stuff?
No, I'm just looking at it.
Yeah. Okay, I see.
But I know you read it from somewhere, so you need to give me what you got.
So, and then of course you have GDP, which is gross domestic product. You got GNP, which is gross national product. And you have, like I said, the CPI, yield curves, and so forth and so on. So that's all kind of tied together, basically painting a map for how an economy acts during different business cycles. So, we got peak to trough, you got expansion, which is, right along where we at right now. You got expansion and recovery. Expansion, is a growing GDP, unemployment rate falls. Peak, highest GDP, lowest unemployment. Recession, shrinking GDP, unemployment rises. And trough, lowest GDP, highest unemployment. And then you have recovery, which is GDP growing again, unemployment starts falling. So it's a cycle. It's a revolving wheel. And anybody saying that, that the past is, it's different this time. No, this is how cycles work. And this is how an economy works in some unfortunate circumstances. So, I wish you can pull up a graph. Maybe let me see.
What?
Maybe I can send it to you. Okay. You done with that already? You done with that?
Yep.
All right. So now we can transition into this credit card debt.
I'm gonna take a picture of this. I like this.
What's that?
It's like a list of things that's given the leading coincidence or the lagging indicators.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I thought that was pretty good right there.
Yeah. So this is the boring part of the video. It gets interesting as we go on, but we got to get through the boring part first.
Well, it's not boring to me. I just learned something.
Mm.
Okay. Will you over go to that credit card one?
Yeah.
Let me close out this stuff. We have the video things open. All right. This one?
Scroll down. Yeah, you can start with that one.
All right.
Let's just read it.
It says credit card debt hits record 1.14 trillion. New York Fed research shows. This article is written August the 6th. So it's a recent article. All right. Let's see. Key points. Collectively, Americans owe a record 1.14 trillion on credit cards, according to a new report from the Federal Reserve Bank of New York. The second key point is as credit card debt mounts, young adults who are likely renters with less of a financial cushion than their elders are increasingly falling behind. Collectively, Americans now owe a record 1.14 trillion in credit cards, according to a new report on household debt from the Federal Reserve Bank of New York. Credit card balances rose by 27 billion in the second quarter of 2024, a 5.8% jump from a year ago. Credit card delinquency rates were also high, especially amongst young adults or borrowers between the ages of 18 to 29 and 30 to 39 who are likely harder hit by the COVID-19 pandemic, the New York Fed found. Who is falling behind on credit card bills? The borrowers, quote, may have overextended during the pandemic, the New York Fed researchers said on a press call Tuesday. Delinquent borrowers are often renters with shorter credit histories and lower credit limits, making them more likely to be financially vulnerable and miss a payment, the researchers say. Over the last year, roughly 1.9% of credit card balances transitioned into delinquency, the New York Fed found. All right. In the years since the pandemic, homeownership has been one of the greatest tools of wealth creation, and those who have been priced out of the housing market have disproportionately struggled to achieve the same level of financial security, according to Brent House, economics professor at Columbia Business School. Among the millennials transitioning to delinquency, many also entered the labor market during the Great Recession and may be experiencing the prolonged negative effects of graduating into an economic downturn, the New York Fed researcher said. Those who joined the workforce in a period of elevated unemployment have lower long-term earnings, many studies show. 50% of Americans are carrying a balance. These days, 57% of consumers rely on credit cards to make ends meet, according to a separate survey by Achieve, and 36% of consumers said it is difficult to pay recurring debts on time. Achieve polled 2,000 adults with one or more kinds of economic debt in June. Of those surveyed, who had missed the payment, most cited a job loss or reduced income as the main reason they have recently fallen behind. Now, half of cardholders carried debt from month to month, according to another report by Bankrate. High inflation and high interest rates have eroded Americans' savings, and more people are carrying more debt for longer periods of time, said Ted Roseman, Bankrate's senior industry analyst. Credit card rates top 20%. At the same time, credit cards have become one of the most expensive ways to borrow money. Credit card rates, already high in recent years, spiked when the Federal Reserve began raising interest rates to tame inflation. Since most credit cards have a variable rate, there's a direct connection to the Fed benchmark. As the federal funds rate rose, the prime rate did as well, and credit card rates follow suit. Lower income households who had to stretch to cover price increases have been hit especially hard after a string of 11 rate hikes lifted the average credit card rate to more than 20%, near an all-time high. With credit card balances at its all-time high and the average credit card rate hovering near record territory, it's more important than ever to pay down this debt as soon as possible, Roseman said. With that annual percentage rate of 20%, if you made minimum payments towards the average credit card balance of $6,218, it would take you 18 years to pay off debt and cost you more than $9,300 in interest in a time period. There it goes.
All right. Okay, now go to that other one.
Okay.
No, it's another CNBC article. Did you get it?
This one, average consumers.
Yeah.
Average consumers now carry $6,329 in credit card debt. People who are stretched, experts say. Credit card debt is on the rise. Americans now owe a record of $1.14 trillion on their credit cards, the Federal Reserve Bank of New York reported Tuesday. The average balance per consumer stands at $6,329, up 4.8% year over year, according to a separate quarterly credit industry insight report from TransUnion. Credit card delinquent rates are also higher across the board. New York Fed and TransUnion found over the last year roughly 9.1% of credit card balances transitioned into delinquency, the New York Fed reported. Borrowers with revolving debt, quote, are maxing out their credit cards, said Michelle Ranieri, vice president and head of U.S. research and consultant at TransUnion. Quote, that's usually a pretty good indicator that people are stretched. Time to reassess. Yes, reassesses revenge spending. Credit card balances briefly fall in 2020 and early 2021 due to pandemic-related factors, said Ted Rosewood. Bank rates, senior industry analysis, which include whatever you want to read, included government supply. Matter of fact, you got to take over. I got to answer this call.
Analysts, which included government supplied stimulus checks and fewer opportunities for spending. But since early 2021, credit card balances have rocketed upward by 48%, fueled by a post-pandemic boom in services spending, as well as high inflation and high interest rates, he said. Consumers have showed a remarkable willingness to splurge on travel and entertainment. A recent report by Bankrate also shows, to recapture the experiences they lost during the COVID years. Maybe people can reassess that now, Ranieri said. The surge in revenge spending has now lasted several years, he added. Maybe there is a way to position it that they can check off some of the things that they feel like they missed and get back to normal. Okay, Mo, you got to scroll down. Okay. Credit cards are one of the most expensive ways to borrow money. The average credit card charges more than 20%, near an all-time high. With credit card balances at an all-time high and the average credit card rate hovering near record territory, it's more important than ever to pay down this debt as soon as possible, Rossman said. If you're carrying a balance, try consolidating and paying off high-interest credit cards with a lower interest personal loan or switch to an interest-free balance transfer credit card, he advised. Shro?
That's it.
Okay, that's it.
Yeah.
All right. Before we get to the commentary, I want to read this other article that just popped up. That's finna go right along with it. This must be the day to talk about this. It says 36% of Americans plan to take on debt for summer travel.
You sent that to me?
No, I haven't. Do you want me to?
Yeah, I'll put it on the screen.
All right. I just put it in the
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. It says here's why that worries financial experts. More than 1/3 of summer vacationers say they are willing to take on debt to pay for travel, according to a March 2024 report from Bankrate. About a quarter, or 26%, of summer travelers said they intend to use a credit card and pay for the vacation over multiple billing cycles. This represents a lot of people taking on expensive debt, and this is the kind of thing that can linger, said Tez Roseman, a senior credit card industry analyst at Bankrate. See, like I said, the same person is commenting on this. This all ties together. Some people could find themselves wrangling with summer travel bills well after Labor Day. To that point, 36% of Americans said they plan to take on debt in order to travel this summer, according to a March survey from Bankrate. The payment methods for summer travel expenses range from personal loans, 5%, and buy now, pay later services, 8%, to borrowing from family and friends, 6%. Additionally, 26% of summer travelers said they intend to use a credit card and pay over for the vacation over multiple billing cycles. The reason that's worrisome is because the average credit card charges more than 20%, which is close to a record high, said Ted Roseman, a senior credit card industry analyst at Bankrate. I don't want to tell people they can't have any fun, he said, but this represents a lot of people taking on expensive debt, and this is the kind of thing that can linger. Millennials, 47%, and Gen Zs, 42%, are the demographic cohort most likely to say they plan to go into debt to pay for vacation, according to Bankrate. There are so many compelling reasons why people choose to take on debt to have these vacations, said Sabrina Romanoff, a clinical psychologist. If your kids are dreaming of going to Disney World and there's no way the family could ever really swing it without going into debt, it could be a memory the family will have forever, she said by way of example. And parents often can rationalize spending in these terms for their children, especially when the trip feels like such an important, seminal part of childhood, she added. All right, so they have it says how to have fun on a budget, zig when others zag. Financial experts advise that the key to affording a vacation is to plan ahead and budget accordingly. Money on trips can feel like monopoly money, Romanoff said. For some reason, we're much more willing to just say yes to the experience because we're just in this like luxurious mindset. For that reason, Romanoff advises her clients to set a budget for categories of spending while traveling, such as food, activities, and transportation. Romanoff also suggests to give yourself areas where you splurge and those in which you spend conservatively. I had a client I worked with who decided they were going to stay in an Airbnb and they were going to cook all of their food. So they were going to save on food and they were going to splurge on this boat trip they were really excited about. And it felt like a compromise, Romanoff said. The next step after establishing a budget is making a plan to save. Romanoff recommends starting small and setting aside a little bit of money from each paycheck. People could also find other creative ways to save and to make the most of their trips. For example, Rossman suggests taking advantage of frequent flyer miles or other credit card rewards. Travelers can also save by choosing to visit locations at different times of the year. Lower demand usually leads to lower prices. Zig when others zag, Rossman said, maybe travel in the off season or the shoulder season, or drive instead of fly, or travel midweek instead of on the weekend. If you can let the deal dictate the destination, that can really help you out. Flexibility is key. All right. Mo, you there?
Yep.
So what you think about that?
Well, I can tell you when I vacation, I save, but then I also we use resorts and we cook our food. We don't spend because food is entirely too expensive. And if I spend off my credit card, I make sure it's no more than what I'm gonna pay it back by the next month. So, but I could do see people. I wouldn't say don't spend on your credit card because everybody needs a break. But I would say budget and be smart. Don't overspend. So like when we went to Vegas for case in point, well, I took a cruise with my niece and nephews, and we took the least expensive cruise. So it only cost me like $1,500 all inclusive. So for souvenirs, I gave them a certain dollar amount. Say, hey, this is all you spending on a souvenir. You're not spending no more, no less. And then when we went to Vegas, they didn't do anything. We didn't do no excursions because my scooter broke and I had to spend an extra $300. So we didn't do anything. They swim and they was fine with that. And a lot of times when people go on vacation with their kids, they think their kids be wanting to do all of that stuff. A lot of kids don't be wanting to do all that stuff. Kids just want to swim, get in some water. you know.
Right.
So my niece and nephew, all they did was swim. I think they went to the movies one time and they swim. They swim every day. And as long as they had some good food and they had them games, child, they was not concerned about none of that other stuff that we was talking about.
Right.
Although they did want to go to Los Angeles. We just didn't go this time around. And my mom wasn't up for all that walking. So, but I do say my credit card for when I go out of town, but my credit card is not that my limit is not that much. And I'm only going to spend what I can pay back the next month. But I do know there's some people who are spending on credit cards because that's all they have. And so they really just can't afford it. And with utilities, as expensive as it is I normally have a good amount of money to spend in travel, but I had to cut all souvenir purchases and things of that nature. Maybe I'll go shopping every time I travel. I didn't do any of that this time because I spent a lot more money on utilities this year than I would normally spend any other time. So I sit back and say, you know what? If these things are not going to go down and this is my new norm, then I got to find me some more streams of income because I'm not gonna go in the negative. And I don't want to live off of credit cards. I want to try to live within the income that I have. But then in the same sense, I start looking for other streams of revenue. So that's why I was like, hey, you want to get back on some online? Because I need to start getting in the market some more because I've had to tap into my investment accounts that I had. Not because I'm spending reckless, because shit is just expensive. And food is just rising so much. The cost, and you're getting less. I used to be able to spend like $250 to $300 a month on food. Shit, that bill has gone up. I'm up to like $500, almost $600 a month on food. So if I have to spend on food, guess what? I have to cut back on driving. And I have to cut back on how many times I'm able to travel because we gotta eat. And so my refrigerator became, okay, we're not gonna be eating out, we're gonna be cooking, and then we can't even cook. We have to cook enough and we have to make it last for like, okay, we'll cook a meal and we'll say, okay, we can make this meal last an entire week, but we gonna have in between things that we can eat off. Maybe we got a couple of TV dinners we'll throw in there, maybe we got a couple of sandwiches we'll throw in there. We got some water. Maybe we add some of them little Kool-Aid packs. We just adjusted with what we eat what we think we need to eat, and then where we think we need to go. So I hate the household of kids that has to have the best of everything, because I've limited my budget way down. And I tell my niece and nephew, this is what you have. This will, like school shopping and things. Man, I cut that down so much. It was so bad. I didn't even go. I didn't even. I had forgot I needed to go buy school supplies. I, I just so happened. I was like, oh shoot, I didn't have that in the budget.
Mm.
So we may do, but I have good nieces and nephews. My nephew was like, listen, I could just get a tablet for each class, give me some pencils, and go on my merry way. and call, and call that a day, and some binders. So I know for a fact there's probably a lot of people that are spending beyond their means to make sure they meet these vacations. And then in the same sense, with the credit card debt, people are definitely probably max. Good thing some people actually have a credit card, you know? Um, and
Mm.
so the most difficult thing is the world is not to have anything, or to have some type of cushion that you can use to help for the rainy day. Or for when times get tough. Now here's
And
where
see,
the role
we
for
gon'
me
we
is when
gonna
you
get into that too, Mo.
right. So the
Go
rubber
ahead.
meets the road for me is when you max out your cards and your cushion, and you still need more. And I know that's probably for people who have kids in the household that are, that may not have that extra income. Man, that's when you start renting out rooms and listen.
It's not only for folks with
You
kids, us
oh
us
well
up in age,
Yeah.
us
well
up in age who may not have, because I've never had a credit card. Don't have credit card. Um, may cushion have run out. Us seasoned folks are feeling that as well.
right.
Right.
So I think this is where you come in, man. You might need to Airbnb some rooms. You Uber eating, you Walmart delivering, you Sam's delivering, you doing everything that you can. You becoming a taxi driver.
Yeah.
Maybe you got some trinkets. Maybe that's why I think that home based business of income that you could possibly gain some revenue from, like what would be your side hustle. So when I think about side hustles, I think about something that could generate revenue, that could keep you going. So my latest side hustle idea, y'all may have heard of it.
But check this out though, Mo.
Oh, go ahead. I'll go back to that.
Okay. Check this out. So this says 36% of Americans are planning to take on debt for a vacation. That's insane. This is why this is why the Fed is having a hard time cutting rates, because niggas keep spending.
Yeah.
They don't know how to stop. And the lady tell you right here, and she's a clinical psychologist. She says, wait, let me find it. It's right here. There are so many compelling reasons why people choose to take on debt to have these vacations, says Sabrina Romanoff, a clinical psychologist. That's
Yep.
just insane to even think about. You are willing to take on debt to travel. Like, I get it, because of the pandemic had us locked up for a couple years, but nothing should want to make you take on more debt to just so you can travel. And it look, it tell you right here, 5% of people are taking on personal loans, 8% buy now pay later services, and they even borrowing from family and friends at 6%.
Hey, I think family and friends is tapped out right now. I know
Right.
somebody just called me and asked me for a personal loan. I said, man, if you don't get off my phone, I only got for my rainy day. I don't have anything else. I don't have anything else to give. I'm
And
short.
I know the buy now pay laters is going crazy. Because I looked at it. I looked at what the people are buying. You know
So
what they use the
where do I
services for,
go
huh?
for that? Where do I need to go for that chart? The BLS.
You gotta look. You have to look it up. It's been a while since I looked at it, but it's just the mere fact that people are just like, man, fuck it, I'm gonna just go in debt. You know, just to go on vacation. I'm just like, this is why I was reading you those indicators because people are ignoring the fact that, okay, this shit ain't changing, right? It's not getting better. So in their mind, they like, fucking, I'm gonna just have to, deal with the consequences in the end. And that's not good. The Fed can't cut rates when people don't stop spending because that gives the illusion that the economy is doing good. And it's not. Not when you read stuff like this. And that we have the highest credit card debt in history. And that buy now, pay later services and personal loans are being used to take vacation. Like, we get it. People's money is stretched, but that should make you want to pull back some. It's the psychology, it's the behavior. And it ain't hit hard enough to where people are saying, okay, well, I'm gonna just stop spending altogether. I'm gonna just cut back a lot. It's good that you cut back in McDonald's, Starbucks, and all of these other fast food places. Now we need you to cut back on the airlines and
Shit,
Airbnb.
they
Yeah,
rates alone make you want to cut them.
yeah,
But you
entertainment,
gotta
all of that
finish paying
stuff.
for your bags, man. You gotta pay that. You gotta pay for the flight and to sit out.
But I'm just like, like I said, this just shows you it don't matter. It don't matter. They are willing to go into debt, for memories. And I get some of it, but that's still insane thinking. That's insane thinking. And the longer this stuff goes on, the worse it's gonna be. That's why I said, it can't just be McDonald's, Starbucks, and other fast food places saying that the consumer is tapped out. The airlines got to be like, well, bookings are down, movie theaters and whatever else people spending their money on, they got to come out and say, well, the consumer they ain't buying tickets like they're supposed to. Then reality gonna set in because I don't think it's all the way setting in because you still got these high credit card balances and they gonna stay higher as long as rates stay higher and as long as they keep using it to fund their lives. Now that's one part of the risk. We already talked about the indicators. This is a risk to go along with that and with the economy. So I'm glad you said that, Chris. Let's go here.
Well,
Let's go.
while he looking for that one, let me give you a little shameless. Let me give my little stuff a little shameless plug. So, I was on a little thing popped up on my Facebook, and this guy talked about mock jurors where you can make money doing virtual trials, mock juries, being a mock jury virtually or in person. So you can earn money helping them practice on their cases. The lawyers. So if you want to be a mock jeweler, you could go there. You can look it up. Anyway, and you can make anywhere from $20 to $200 a day.
Mm.
So you're looking for people, just in case somebody trying to make a couple bucks.
Okay.
Yep. Being a mock jeweler. I was looking for one in particular that I had came across where you can they do different ones in Charleston and stuff. But anyways, you can see it on Indeed, places of that nature on how to become a mock jeweler. Now where are you gonna go?
I'm gonna go right into emergency fund.
You post an article?
I'll send it right there.
Okay, let me get it. Oh, let me put this in real quick so I can post this just in case somebody try to look for it. And y'all can go make this money, honey, right here. Boom, Mock Jewelers. So they have focus groups.
Oh yeah.
You can make you a couple books, $100 or $200, and do the survey. Look it up, y'all. Make it a couple bucks. Most of income. All right, I got it up, Chris.
Okay, can you read it?
Yeah, give me 1 second.
Oh, before you read that. So, before you read that, I forgot to add this in here, right? I forgot to add this. So all the while that, we got these high credit card balances. Also, let's talk about recession fears and job losses. Okay. Cisco just came out and they just did or preparing to do a second round of layoffs because they're scared of AI. Let's see. So for 2024, these are all the companies that have done layoffs.
That's a different article?
No, this is well, you can look it up if you want to, but I think the link is somewhere on my Twitter. But Dell cuts 15% of workforce. Intel cuts 15% of workforce. Intuit cuts 10%. PayPal cuts 9%. Unity Software cuts 25%. Twitch cuts 35%. Bumble cuts 30%. Expedia cuts 8%. Cisco at that time cut 5%. DocuSign cut 6%. Snap cuts 10%. Riot Games cuts 11%. Wayfair cuts 13%. Indeed cuts 8%. Peloton cuts 15%. Tesla cuts 10%. Pixar cuts 14%. Discord cuts 17%. Lucid cuts 6%. UKG cuts 14%. Match Group cuts 6%. Brex cuts 20%. Wayfair cuts 13%. Riot Games cuts 11%. Duolingo cuts 10%. Rent the Runway cuts 10%. eBay cuts 9%. PayPal cuts 9%. Wait, I read that already. So all of these companies is even what's the brother name that was on with Thunder?
Okay, yo.
Oh yeah, he said his job cut about 20% of people. So what you think is going to happen? We already seen the unemployment rate go up to 4.3%. Triggering the Psalms rule. So what do you think is going to happen if more people start getting fired or laid off from their job, and they got all of this credit card debt?
Hide your kids, wife. Hide your kids, hide your wife.
Okay, and you ain't got an emergency savings. What we about to talk about? and the bill still got to be paid. And them unemployment claims is going to pile up, and you know you ain't getting 100% of your wages that you got. So hopefully you got paid enough, or you had a title worthy enough that where you got some severance pay maybe, or you had, a pretty good 401k IRA or something of that matter, and you just take a hit on the penalty, 10% penalty, and can live off that for a little while until you find something else. If you do, like, what you think is gonna happen when that happens? And people are not thinking like that. People are thinking, oh, I got job security. Okay, fine. Let's say you are one of the last ones to keep your job. But unless you in the C-suite, ain't no job security. Not when it's capital preservation time for companies. They got to save money. You gonna be on the chopping block.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, so read that article, Mo.
Your household should have at least $33,000 in an emergency fund. 6 months worth of expenses is 4 times what the average household has saved in check-ins or savings accounts. Key takeaways. Many financial experts say that households have an emergency fund worth 6 months of expenses and cash account, which would require $33,110.68 on average, according to an analysis by Investopedia. Data from the Federal Reserve shows that 73% of households that have checking and or savings accounts don't have enough in them to cover that amount, with the median transaction account balance totaling $8,329. Housing, transportation, and medical costs account for the bulk of the total expenses, and in many cases provide little flexibility in terms of being able to scale back expenses. Medical costs are the most expensive. Total medical expenses for 6 months cost about $10,754.63, the highest amount for all the categories we analyzed. You should have at least 33,000 saved in your emergency fund to cover 6 months of expenses in case of a surprise cost or the loss of a job, according to an analyst by Investopedia. The Investopedia team analyzed the average cost of 6 months of household expenses frequently include in emergency funds for U.S. residents. Investopedia analysis determined that 6 months of living expenses currently totals $33,110.68 for an average U.S. household with at least 2 people, but that's far more than most households have saved. Data from the Federal Reserve shows that 73% of households that have a checking or savings account don't have sufficient balances to cover an emergency fund of that amount. The median account balance in all transaction accounts for U.S. households that have, at least one account is about $8,329 in 2023 dollars. Financial planners and advisors recommend households have 3 to 6 months worth of their expenses saved in an emergency fund, which should be in a checking or savings account that can easily be liquidated to use in case of a sudden job loss or surprise expense. Despite the apparent shortfall in savings, most people expect to rely on savings in the case of an emergency, according to the Federal Reserve's most recent survey of consumer finances. About 43% of respondents said they would use savings in a hypothetical financial emergency, which was far more than the number who say they would work more, borrow money, postpone payments, or cut back on spending. While the exact amount needed for an emergency fund in each household in the U.S. would vary based on the number of members in the household and their specific needs, financial experts recommend that all households should have an emergency fund. Building a sufficient emergency fund is a challenge for many, given the reality that 33% represents about 43% of average households.
33,000.
Yeah. Building a sufficient emergency fund is a challenge for many, given the reality that 33,000 represents about 43% of the average household's annual income. So how can Americans start to build savings? Read the section below on how to save and invest in an emergency fund for our recommendation on the best strategies to get started. But first, let's take a closer look at 5 categories of household expenses we analyzed. So, how much would you have in emergency fund? So, the expenses was medical care, cars, housing and utilities, and food. Housing and utilities. According to data from the U.S. Census Bureau American Community Survey, 6 months of the median household cost in the U.S. equals an estimate $7,921.18 in 2023 dollars. This includes all mortgage payments, home equity loans, property tax, fire, hazard, and flood insurance, electricity, gas, water, sewer bills, home fuel costs, and condominium and mobile home fees where applicable. For renters, costs include rent in addition to electricity, gas, water, sewer, and home fuel bills. Other standard expenditures, including trash and garbage collection, septic tanks cleaning, home and cell phone service, cable, and the internet service cost a combined $1,215.99 for 6 months, according to data from the BLS Consumers Expenditure Survey. That brings the total for housing and utilities to $9,137.70. Aside from some of the select utility costs, there aren't immediate ways to reduce housing costs, which makes having an emergency fund that's at least able to cover them even more critical. It's important to note that the average housing costs also vary substantially with geography. Costs in some of the most expensive metro areas in the U.S., such as San Jose, San Francisco, and San Diego, easily run well over $2,000 per month. Meanwhile, some of the least expensive households in at under $700 a month in cities such as Anniston, Alabama, Parkersburg, West Virginia, and Cumberland, Maryland. Medicare. Data from the Kaiser Family Foundation Employer Health Benefits Survey shows that the average healthcare premiums for all types of single coverage plans for 6 month cost an estimate of $4,217.50 in 2023. In the event of job loss, you can temporarily maintain your employer's sponsored health insurance plan by buying COBRA insurance. Premiums for COBRA are often substantially higher than your employer's health plan costs because your employer is no longer required to pay their share. For our analysts, we multiplied the COBRA single coverage insurance cost for 6 months by 2.5, which is the average number of people per household in 2022, according to data from the Census Bureau American Community Survey. We also added 2% to account for a fee that employers are allowed to tack on to COBRA plans to cover the administrative costs for keeping you on the plan. That brought the total medical expenses for 6 months to $10,754.63, the highest amount for all categories we analyzed The amount a household might have to pay for health insurance and other health expenses will depend heavily on household composition and can vary widely. Some households might have members that qualify for Medicare, Medicaid, or be on a public exchange insurance plan offered through the Affordable Care Act and have much lower medical expenses. Other households might have members with medical conditions that incur costs that are outside coverage provided by COBRA or other insurance. Costs for COBRA and health insurance in general increase substantially for group plans compared to individual plans. If your family is on a group health insurance plan, the average cost for COBRA can be as high as $12,223.68 for 6 months, according to KFF data. Transportation. According to data for the U.S. Bureau of Transportation, the average cost of owning 2 cars and operating one for 6 months in 2023 was $10,250. This includes both fixed costs such as financing, insurance, and registration, which on average are $8,318 for 2 cars for 6 months, as well as variable costs such as fuel and maintenance for 1 car, which account for the other $1,932. For our analysts, we assume a scenario.
Analysis.
Yeah, whatever. A household has. I'm already sniffing and trying to keep my nose together. For an analysis, we assume a scenario in which a household has 2 cars, and that in the case of emergency, one of those cars wouldn't be used through fixed costs, such as monthly payments and insurance would need to be made. Although there are some ways to decrease the variable cost of car ownership through improving gas mileage and delayed cosmetic repairs, about 68% of costs of owning a car are fixed, making it important to have them covered in an emergency fund. Food. U.S. households spend an average of $2,968.68 in 2023 for 6 months of food, according to data. Hold on, I gotta get water. Data from the BLS Consumer Expenditure Survey. Hold on, y'all.
You can go ahead. I can continue.
Okay, Zion.
This includes the average amount spent on grocery items, including cereals, bakery products, meats, poultry, fish, eggs, dairy products, fruits, and vegetables, among others. However, it is important to note that these costs only include what the BLS categorizes as home foods. Spending for foods away from home, which includes everything from a vending machine snack to a meal at a restaurant, averaged about $1,894 in 2023 and accounted for about 39% of overall U.S. household food expenditures. For our analysis, we assumed that households could greatly reduce away from home spending on dining in the case of an emergency. While that would likely increase the number of meals consumed at home, we also assume that households would find ways to trim their spending on that in the event of needing to use their emergency fund. All right. Scroll down. Let's see. Okay, so they talk about how to save and invest. So how to save and invest in an emergency fund. Building an emergency fund is an essential part of your financial plan. There are a few types of accounts that you can use to build your emergency fund that would allow you to keep your funds easily accessible and maximize your returns. One of them is Acorns, and another one is Stash. Money market accounts and high yield savings accounts can be suitable options to invest your emergency funds. CD certificates of deposit may also be suitable, but there are penalties for making early withdrawals. It's recommended that your emergency fund is invested in more liquid assets so you can access them quickly and without any withdrawal fees to use on any unexpected expenses. Experts do not recommend investing your emergency fund in stocks due to their volatility. If you had to sell your stocks in an emergency, you may incur losses or have to pay capital gains taxes if you sell at a profit. Money market accounts are interest bearing accounts at a bank or credit union. They usually pay a higher interest rate compared to regular savings accounts. The national average interest rate for savings account is about 0.45%, according to the FDIC. A money market account is a good mix of a savings account and a checking account because some come with features such as a debit card and limited check writing privileges so you can instantly access funds. Money market accounts currently offer APYs around 5%, although that rate could change. Most money market accounts are insured up to $250,000 by the FDIC or National Credit Union Association. Next, certificates of deposits or CDs also allow you to earn more interest than the typical savings accounts. CDs are interest-bearing accounts where you deposit your money for a set period of time, such as 6 to 18 months, at a fixed interest rate. When the period is over and your CD matures, you get your money back with interest, while CDs with longer maturities, such as 5 years, Mo have higher interest rates. Um, Keeping your emergency fund in a CD means that you generally have to pay a penalty if you need to withdraw money before the CD matures. However, some banks do offer no penalty CDs that have lower interest rates but allow you better access to your funds. CDs are also insured by the FDIC. High yield savings accounts are another suitable option to store your emergency fund. Many are offered through online banks with yields as high as 5.5% in 2024. High yield savings accounts typically offer access to your funds through online transfer or a bank check. Most offer unlimited withdrawals and transfers, although some banks may have limits or fees. Scroll down. I guess this is the sources. We don't really have to read that unless you want to. All right, so there we go. Um, Issues, problem, and solution. So when in an economy such as we are in now, where things are high, you have to adjust, but do your best to create an emergency fund, and you can put that money into a high yield savings account or a money market or a CD, or you can get fintech companies like Acorns, where uh, they have a particular membership where you can earn 3% APY on your checking account and 5% APY on your emergency fund. So that's another way to build some interest on money that you have just sitting, um, or in your savings, I should say. Um, this is also an idea of, the just giving you a map on, your balance sheet or your income statement, where your money is going, your bills, making sure you're paying attention to all of that, and then finding the ways to put money up for savings for an emergency, because emergencies do happen. And in an economy like this, you need to be aware that, you could possibly lose your job because of how things are. and you want to make sure you cover all your tracks. This is very important. You know, people gloss over this point, but it's good to have a savings, man, emergency savings. It's really good to have investments. You may, pay a capital gains tax on stocks, or you can just have like a money market or a high yield savings or a treasury bill, whatever the case may be. But it does give you access to, some liquid cash if you need be, all the while earning interest. So that's it on that. We can go into the fun stuff now on, actually investing and, trading stocks and so forth and so on. If Mo has nothing else.
I don't. Give me 1 second. So I wanna hold on. Hold on. Be right back. He talking.
Okay. But yeah, so
Chris, I have a question.
uh-huh.
I heard you talking about stocks and the money market accounts and mutual funds and things. Do people still do bonds? Is that still a
Absolutely.
viable way to save money?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. I was
Yeah.
just wondering because I haven't didn't hear anything about, purchasing bonds and unless there's another term for it nowadays. I'm not sure.
No, that's no, it's still bonds are still a part of the group of, investing and diversification. Just when it
Would you
comes to
recommend it?
absolutely. Especially um if you can get something, short term, because with bonds, the only thing that can hurt investing in bonds is when uh if they move interest rates. So
Mhm.
if the interest rates fall or interest rates rise, bond prices are going to fall, but the yield on that bond will stay consistent, will stay the same. So, if you can earn 4% on a bond, why not? Um,
Okay.
like I said, it gets risky the if you have long term bonds, because you could
Right.
be, you know, guilty to inflation risk. So if inflation is high, you definitely can bank on getting a good yield on a bond. But bonds, yes, you invest in them all the time. They kind of like your protected debt that you earn interest and principal on. And it's good to have a small percentage of that in your portfolio.
Okay. I was just wondering. I don't hear much about bonds anymore, but
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's
I was
still,
just wondering.
yeah, for sure.
Thank you.
You're welcome. That other sister
Hey,
left. What's up?
oh, Tiff, yeah, Tiff got something else going on. Oh, 30. So, and the average emergency fund need to be 33,100. Some people don't even get paid this in a year.
Yeah.
And what's crazy is that, it actually exists. So to teach a child coming out of college or getting prepared for the real world, it's almost like you want to, hey, you need to be gaining skill sets where you negotiate salaries of that or above.
Right.
Anything less than, you would find yourself being one of these people right here, credit card debt.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I
I
mean,
mean,
that's
the goal is to aim high, like I said, I can't, like what my dad passed down to me, I can't pass that down to, if I had kids. I couldn't pass that same philosophy down because what he passed down when it comes to this type of stuff, which, was, basic fundamental truths that we deal with. But, it can't be, get a job, get married, have kids, and that's it. No, that's not the world we live in. You gotta actually, find a skill that can pay you enough to take care of a family, to buy a house, to invest, to save, and cover all your expenses.
Well, I say get a job and simultaneously while getting the skill, especially when you're young, it would be something simultaneously that you can do because you have all the time in the world. You can get the skill set and you can get the job and you have to, and then leverage the job. Don't leverage the job with your savings while you're young to save up so that later on all of this can fall into play. Because I think what happens with young adults is that they start out too early with the fixed expenses that you have to have. Like, don't be so quick to want to run out your parents' house, burning bridges, can't come back, and you have to face this hard reality right here because they're coming into a time where it's not $500 rent, $700 3-bedroom. It's double that, if not more. Just basic needs that they have right here. And some people not even looking at the Medicare piece. It's your vehicle, your house utilities, and your food. Just the basic needs is a problem right now. So you can't have the basic needs, and that means no bridges being burned, and that means stay at your parents' house for as long as you can and stack your paper. Don't stay there and spend your money because it's something you're gonna have to sustain, right? Or if you're an individual, maybe you got to start being a roommate. Getting roommates, or if you're not dating a guy, maybe y'all can work something out. And be roommates, whether males are males, females are females, or males and females. And if you got kids, whoo, that negotiation pill is hard because now you have more on your spectrum than the other person.
Right.
Go ahead. Price was about to say something. What's up, Price?
What's up, Brian?
Hey, what's up, everybody? I'm just listening to what y'all got to say, but I'm the hell with them roommates, Miss Mo, for young folks.
You say the hell with them for young folks?
For young folks, the hell with them roommates. I like everything. What y'all talking about, the whole emergency fund concept. My only thing for somebody who is not is established, I would say start small. Just let your emergency fund be $1,000 at first. Give yourself attainable goals. For a young person, that's a large number. And then for somebody else, 33,000 may not be enough. That's for a salary of about 60K a year. So if you do more than 60K a year, guess what? You need a large emergency fund. So that'll be my only comment. But that roommate thing for young people, I got 2 young people. I'm getting ready to drop my daughter off next week for college. And then I got my son, he out in the Carolinas living life. But I don't like the whole roommate scenario. That's just like co-signing for somebody. That's just something I don't teach my folks to do. Because at the end of the day, you're making yourself vulnerable to somebody else's situation. Just my opinion, but I'm gonna be quiet and keep listening.
No, I get you.
I agree, but whoa, some people that might now. So starting small for young folks is a studio room.
Well, I get that, but why you got to get out your folks' house? If you got somewhere to stay,
that's what I was saying. Stay at your folks' house. That was my first comment.
Yeah, no, I agree with that, Ms. Mo. And I think we might be from a generation where when you got 18, it was almost, in our community, you supposed to be gone, or one none of that. But we probably was the only demographic really doing it like that. Are you in such a hurry to get from up under guardianship or whatever that you ain't really thought about what it takes to survive out here?
Yeah.
So it needs to be some thought on both sides. The damn kid, the young adult, and
The parent.
yes, yeah, I agree with that.
Like when I look at my niece right now, man, she ain't nowhere near ready to have no roommate nor move out.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, oh snap! Reality has kicked in real quick because I was ready to go. I was ready. I could do the dorms. I could do roommates. It didn't matter. But everybody don't have that tenacity either. So
yeah, but what about somebody not going to the dorms and not going to the barracks?
Oh my God. I don't advocate for it. I advocate for young people to be in the dorms for all 4 years. Don't even move out. Because you have no responsibility other than if you need some more food.
Shoot, man, they push. I wanted to get out, but I got pushed out too. But I'm like, I'm not with the parents pushing their kids out until they're ready and prepared. Now, if they ain't doing shit, I get it. But you gotta let your kids, figure out what they want to do. And that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to coach them along, show them different options. Don't make, you got to go to college. That's it. Ain't no other option. No, you can't do that to your kids. You gotta.
As a parent, can I make a comment?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So thank you. I agree with everything y'all saying. I don't believe in pushing kids out at 18.
Mm-hmm.
If as a parent you have not prepared that child how to live life outside of your house, why would you put them out? Why would you say, you have to go? You have to train them how to live. And even when they graduate high school, if they get a job, they're working or something, have them have a little responsibility, have them up, let them see what it's like to pay rent. You don't have to charge them $500 for the room they've been staying in for the past 18 years, but let them get a feel of what it's like to have to, pay somebody for somewhere to stay, and case in point, when I was growing up, I had a car. My dad got me a car. He said I had to make car payments. I'm trying to figure out why I had to make car payments. I was working, but I did it. And he told me I had to pay for half of my insurance. That was getting me prepared for what I would have to do once I left this house. But what I didn't know is that whenever I fell short and I needed money, he was giving me my own money back because he just put the money that I gave him up. So, for parents, don't be so, if you have not prepared that child, that young adult on what it's like to have to pay rent, have to pay utilities, have to pay and you still paying their phone bill, they don't have to pay anything. It makes absolutely no sense to send that child out into the world. You set them up for failure.
If they disrespectful,
this what's on the screen now about having an emergency fund, they don't know anything about having to pay for their own food, utilities, cars, medical insurance, and everything like that. You have to set them up for that. But I hear what you say, Mo, about them being disrespectful. That also goes back to early childhood.
I don't care if it goes to the womb. If you could develop a disrespect at my house, I've done it. I've had to take care of 2 groups of teenagers.
Yeah. Right.
What? Oh, y'all gotta go.
Right.
No, blame it on me, say it's my fault. You will be not disrespectful at my house. And I have to take care of you. It won't happen. No. You either grow up Now, so what I've done different with my current niece and nephew is that I made them get debit cards. And I showed you that before. I have the Go Henry, where they have to learn financial literacy, so I don't give them money unless they've done one of those lesson plans. And that's how they earn their money. People think I spoil them, but I don't. I make them do educational projects in order to get money. They get no money unless they've earned it, even if it's their own. And I make them go in and do their own purchase. So now they're learning to make their own groceries. So I make them make their own grocery list. And I say, okay, now how much does that cost? Go in the store, pick out your stuff, and then I pay them. And I make them buy their own stuff. Now, initially, when I first started doing it, oh, they was like, what you mean? Why do I have to go in the store? Why do I have to buy the groceries? Why do this? Why do that? I'm like, oh, you want to eat, don't you? You got to learn how to survive this world without me. So I teach them everything. Now they're cooking. I'm talking them through. They cook all our meals now. I don't do no cooking. They do all the cooking, and I just walk them through it and watch them. And then only thing I gotta get them to do now is to work without me being present. And once we get that down pat, hey, the sky's the limit. But at the end of the day, even after all of that, all the tools we give our kids, and everything we get them, we still have to constantly put before them educational tools, because life, as Chris said earlier, lagging, leading, and what was the other one?
Coincident.
Lagging, leading, coincidental indicators. We have to be mindful of those things and when it happens. So for me, I was talking with Tiffany with this earlier, actually, or maybe Chris, maybe Tiffany, about three, or it could have been Jackie. I was talking about how every 3 years I have to readjust and make an assessment in finances, because I notice I'll go into these dormant periods. I'll have these 3 years where I'm just, business is booming, money is flowing, everything just working a certain way. And then I'll get to this year and it'll be like, oh my God, nothing extra coming in. I only have just what I got, you know. And so I notice those time periods when it happened. And so I usually have enough laid up in my emergency funds where to take me through 3 years plus another year. And then I have to go through it again. So I always have to pay attention to what's going on. Or in the year, in the months of July, August, I always have slow revenue flow. And I don't pick up revenue again until somewhere around September, October timeframe. So I always have to make money stretch or whatnot, because I don't believe in spending if I ain't got it. So, you know, but, you know, when you're teaching people about their economic status and you're sharing for them to recognize the historical trends of their own finances, because a lot of people just make money and they just spend the money. They don't really pay attention to their highs and lows, you know, their peaks and their troughs. They don't really pay attention to that. Therefore, they're not paying attention to the economy. Therefore, they don't really get it. So I think one of the time periods that did us an injustice was the pandemic time period. There was a whole lot of extra money that people wouldn't ordinarily get unless they came into some type of settlement of some sort. And the pandemic gave everybody a huge edge up. And for 2 years or almost 3 years, you had this extra economic boost. And now it looked like you just went from the top and it just say do 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 do, crashed. And so now what would have been ordinary for us, which is an emergency fund, which used to be said as 3 times your income, or whatnot, or 3 times your expenses. Now, I remember this number being much smaller than this when it was talked about. Now, that number, for most people, as Price said, may not be attainable, because there's a lot of individuals just on, you know, regular everyday basis not even touching this number. I remember South Carolina average salary wasn't $30,000 for people who had been working for 20 plus years. These were state employees.
Exactly. Teachers, police officers, city workers. Yeah.
Yeah, you remember that? And I remember retired General Turner took over the workforce here, and that was his main plight. He couldn't believe it that they had all these individuals that were working with master's degrees or degrees period weren't making any money. And so, I mean, he got so fed up with, the study and trying to get this on pad that he was like, I can't do it because they were just fucking and just fighting the system. And they just left like, you know what, Carolina, y'all can have this, because we, coming from a government background, military background, they were not used to that at all. Our privates are almost making that these days, and so when you sit down and you want to talk to people about emergency funds or their spending habits, and they give you these, they don't want to do this, they don't want to go in these career fields, they don't want to go in that career fields. The only thing I can kind of relate to people, and I don't know, you guys may have a different philosophy, but people don't want to study a certain career fields that's going to kind of put some money in their pocket or give them a particular skill set. I always say, well, you need to get your job and you're going to need your side hustle because you're going to be working for a long time.
Hold on.
Unless you join the military, that might get you by a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, I know Price is probably military. Chris, you're not. Janice, you're not. And I'm sure we all live a different lifestyle in reference to where our revenues are coming from. But, we talk about transferring knowledge and sharing information to other people. Okay, what are you doing? How are you surviving this these times right here where 36% of American is taking their money, going into debt to travel, and then another 1.4 trillion people are in credit card debt, and that's how they're surviving. And these are the individuals that were able to get a credit card prior to this, right? This ain't the individuals who trying to get a credit card right now, but their credit already shot. They ain't got those credit cards. And we're talking about these folks. We talking about the folks that actually got a couple bucks or a steady job with a good little income coming in.
Well, I thought that was an interesting number that people are taking loans to go on vacation. I mean, we only 4 years outside of COVID. And if you was inside for 18, 12 months, however long that was, I don't remember. I mean, yeah, it really don't add up for me. But I'm a little different. So,
yeah,
and
Black folks are a little different.
No, that don't make sense for me. At this point in time in the business cycle, to be taking a loan or to be using the credit card to go on a vacation, I don't know. Maybe this is a good time to get creative or innovative and just put a tank of gas and go ride down to the beach or go ride somewhere, look at something. Or I don't know. Like I say, yeah, that was the interesting. That's interesting to me.
Yeah.
But we mad that food prices are up. We mad that housing prices are up.
Ooh.
We mad, but I'm just saying, make it make sense to me.
Make it make sense. Hey, that's why I always say don't be so bougie on your trips that you can't come back down to earth, and then a trip has to be so lavish that you go in so much debt that you can't do it again. And that's why we go on our trips. We always find somewhere where we can cook. I don't care how much money you got in our pocket. We be like, let's put these coins together because you don't really need to go spend a $40, $50 meal, $70-something meal on a one time deal. You better get some coupons.
Well, it's interesting, Ms. Mo. I'm just saying, you was locked up for a long time. What happened to that money?
If there wasn't no money, it was that, well, yeah, because most people got the unemployment money, so you should have had
You
that
got
money.
paid to stay home. What were we talking
Yeah,
about?
paid to stay home. That's true.
Mm-hmm.
That's true. And then you had the moratorium where you got to not pay rent for 12 months.
I don't know, that mortgage company be wanting their shit. But no moratorium on mortgages.
Yeah, you got the opportunity to do 6 months. I didn't do it, but I know a lot of people who, remember they did the 6 months and then they came back and gave you another 6 months?
But,
I
no,
didn't do
we
it.
didn't do that.
Yeah, I didn't do it
Yeah.
either. But that was an option. They had, and then you had the rent, and then people who were renting, you had to save the plan where you can not pay your rent for a month. There's a lot of young girls got put out their apartments. When that program ended, what I think this spring, this early January, in the last quarter last year, a lot of y'all young people got put out their apartments because they had did the 1 year no rent, or the utilities, paid their utilities. I know a couple of people had taken advantage of that, but they were instead of taking the funding and doing some type of savings of some sort, they were just spending it.
Okay, but that's a real simple rule, Miss Mo. I'm sorry, Chris, go ahead.
No, I wasn't about to say nothing.
Oh, I'm just saying it's a real simple rule. You can pay me now, I'll pay me later. What part we don't understand with that?
Yeah. Yeah. And later right now is a little bit more taxing because now rent, everything has doubled. Now you need more money than you did when you was getting the regular money. Nothing is saying affordable homes. That's misleading within itself because something's gonna wean you out from not being able to get in unless you just hardly making any money.
No, they got programs. There's programs out there. Even if you own subsidized housing, there are programs out there that you can go get the home. But you got to do your part.
Oh yeah. Your credit can't be messed up. That's for sure.
Well, and it don't have to be an 800 credit. But I'm just saying,
be at least a 630
or
580. 580.
What are we talking about then?
Well, yeah, you're right. Gotta have a paycheck. McDonald's, Wendy's, somebody hiring.
Mm-hmm.
That's when relationship building. I mean, I know y'all not big on the roommate thing, but sometimes you might have to do what you got to do.
Man, I'm definitely not having no roommate on the mortgage, Miss Mo. If we're gonna be roommates, we might well jump the broom. How about that?
You're right. Share this responsibility. I be telling my boo, I be like, hey, let's go put these incomes together.
No, I do like that. I do like the ideal of like that, but we got to be serious, man. It's too easy to have a roommate be like, I'm just, man. One of my daughter's friends is really going through some stuff, and I mean, they just graduated this year, and young lady had aspirations to go to college, and had some family dynamics go on, and now you don't even have that. Now you out there trying to figure it out on your own. And now you done met somebody you done went to school with, and then they don't be having money, and they supposedly got a decent job. And you know what I'm saying? Just, hey, it's real for somebody 18 years old.
Yeah.
No. Oh, can you imagine? I can't imagine because I was like, man, if I had to have a roommate when I was that young, I joined the military. I ain't even gonna tell you no fibs. I was like, I can't do this.
That's the only time we had a roommate in the military.
What? Look, and then we got, when I came through, we were close. We was doing the 1+1 deal. So we had the common area, and then you had your little room. They had the little room or whatever. That's the closest to that got. And then I think I stayed in the barracks until 6. I ain't want to come out then. Till I got to Fort Stewart, they kicked me out.
But then they subsidize you for that, right, Ms. Mo?
Well, yeah, I got housing allowance.
Yeah. When you
the
say
military is
roommate,
different.
go ahead, finish your
No,
thought.
no, as I say, military is different. They give you the housing subsidy, and they get the food stipend or whatnot. But everybody's not going to join. But for the individuals who are not in the military, and you young, and man, you trying to figure it out. I say whether listen, like you said, you better weather the storm now, because you don't want in your adult life to be in that situation for real. You wanna go through, try to get through your certs, your college. If you're not doing one of those college degrees that's gonna get you some job placement, then I recommend that y'all get an association, get in some type of fellowship, or get acquainted with some networks that can get you a fellowship and interns, and build some relationships so you can properly land a career that you can be self-sufficient. Because when you start weighing out $1,600 for a 1-bedroom apartment, or if you didn't line your parents weren't able to teach you how to line your credit up right, and you come out, you get a job, and you can go straight into a home, which is the best possible solution because you'll be cheaper. And if you're not disciplined with your money, pay your bills first and then turn up later, then you really gonna be in trouble. And for the adult, let's say for the divorced person, or maybe the individual who split up with a boo, Now this is where I fall off the boat. This is why me and Sonny always get into it about, the man being able to cover everything and the woman just chill at home, that kind of thing. Man, when life start lifing, that scenario don't work. Somebody gonna have to be able to pick up an extra income.
Ms. Mo, you just threw about 4 different damn scenarios in there.
Mm-hmm.
Man, what's the different scenarios I threw?
You went from a college roommate, number one, if I'm in college housing, the rent they're gonna get their rent money up front, number one. And if the roommate don't have theirs, they won't be back next semester.
That's true.
If you out there on the street, if both of y'all go in on a lease, you can have your rent and your half of the utilities, and then that roommate comes and say, "Well, I ain't got it. Something came up. The goldfish had to get an abortion or whatever." And now you're looking like
Did you say the
WTF.
goldfish?
No, well, I'm just saying, you know how people do. And then in the military, that don't even, it's Nick's 9 because the rent is just paid for, period. And then when you come and start talking about a boyfriend, hell no, my daughter ain't moving in with no dude. And hell no, ain't no dude moving in with my daughter. I don't care how old she is. And that's just, I'm right there with it. If that nigga serious, put a ring on it, because you're not gonna be dependent on him, and he's not gonna be slouching off of you. I'm not raising one of them.
I agree. I'm with you.
And I seen these little fragile punk ass. Oh, excuse me.
This fucking nerve.
The guys today not built like me. Let's say it like that. So yeah, that's a whole lot of dynamics. That's why I just say I am not about a young person getting a roommate, because that causes problems. And no, you don't co-sign for nobody, because that causes problems.
Please don't co-sign.
So if you don't co-sign, then it's almost just as close with the roommate. Yeah. It's very similar.
That's true, because they break the lease, it affects you too.
Exactly. That's all I'm trying to say when I say all that. That's where I'm at with it.
That's true. So let's get on these solutions. make sure that a portion of a percentage, even if you have to start with 1% of your paycheck, goes to some type of investment.
I agree with that. It used to be 15%, didn't it?
Yeah, but they ain't making that cutoff. So
okay, but you got to start somewhere.
Yeah, you got to start somewhere, and I would say you do a Roth IRA. That way you have access to the funds, but make sure you have two investments. That one of them that you just hell or high water, just don't touch it. Make sure it's a die-hard emergency before you go to it. Have that one that maybe you can go in and out of if that permits. And start from somewhere and make yourself a believer. Because I think we talked about it before. Brandon had brought it up at our last show. Compound interest, the power of compound interest. Understand that. Go ahead.
No, I agree with everything you're saying there, Ms. Mo. I'm just saying, how about let's say it like this? I like the whole aspect of avoid debt. There are different types of debt. Maybe you have to get a car loan or whatever. But have some goals. I just think 33 is a little high. And the only reason I keep going back to this $1,000 because I read an article that said it was the last time I read this article, it was saying 71% of the households don't have $1,000 in the event of an emergency.
Yeah.
So if you're a kid, if you're a young adult, I'm not gonna call you a kid and be insulting to you. Get $1,000 before you start balling. Avoid the debt. Don't sign up for the credit card. Avoid the debt. Get your cash flow and get $1,000 before you start balling.
Yeah. So good debt, your mortgage, student loan, auto loan, as you stated. Bad debt, credit cards, high interest loans. You know what? Those payday loans, try to stay away from that. Title loans.
They ain't number sharks. They ain't number sharks.
Yeah, that's damn near loan sharking. Don't even let yourself. If you got $1,000, you should never have to go get a payday loan. Please don't get into that.
Right.
Yeah.
If you really just kind of sit back, like, even if you're rock bottom, right? And you sit back, you're like, you know what? Play with this calculator sometimes and say, okay, man, I gotta start from somewhere. And maybe that interest rate you get may not be 8. Maybe you can get 5 on the CD.
Can I play devil's advocate?
Say it again.
Can I play devil's advocate?
Go ahead. We got the sharks on.
Okay. I agree with everything you guys say. Saving money and everything. Check this out. These jobs ain't paying that much. Person get a job, they think they got a good job. $15 an hour. Ooh, Walmart went up to $17 an hour. Great job, excellent job in some areas with that pay. Okay. If you're real good, you could get a job somewhere depending on your skill and experience, maybe over $20 an hour. Great. Okay, but like you say, everything is going up. Rent is ridiculous. Okay, you paying anywhere from, I say $1,200, $1,500 on rent. I don't know what mortgage is right now. It might be a little cheaper than that. Utilities are ridiculous, outrageous. So you bring home a paycheck and do your bills at the end of the month, beginning of the month, however you do them. You got everything that was on that list. You got your rental mortgage, you got your car payment, car insurance, you got your food. If you're able to have medical insurance or whatever, you got to pay that. You got to pay your communications bill and all of that. At the end of the month, you sit around and be like, I might have about $100. Okay, so you put all that $100 in savings, what you got to carry on to the next one till you get paid again. Nowadays, it's like you want to save, folks want to save, they really do. But after they've paid all those high behind bills from a job that's hardly paying anything, they're barely surviving paycheck to paycheck, whether it's weekly, bi-weekly, or monthly. Where do you find that $1 to save?
I take it out there $100.
Me
That
too.
hundred that
Yeah, I
$100
do. I do percentages.
to the
So
next time you get paid.
before I even
I
before I
still,
even put $1 in my hand, that them percentages already coming out. I already got 20% coming out going to my 401k. I got another 20% going to my IRAs. And then another 10% going to my emergency fund.
I would I would put my utilities on a fixed dollar amount. So if my utility is $250, I'll negotiate with my electric company that I'll try to put that on a maybe a
Hold
two.
on.
What?
Hold on. How you putting your
You
your
can.
utilities on a fixed amount?
You can.
Yeah, you can do
That's
that. They got different programs, but we getting into the weeds with that one. Now you're talking about budgeting.
yeah, they'll let you come up with your amount that your utilities you don't want it to go over. Shanice, you was about to say something?
I'm listening.
Oh, I would put my utilities on a fixed rate. So that would put money back in my paycheck. And I would take that money that I would normally automatically to that utility is where I would start my investment. And I would start to invest that way. If I can't do all my utilities, if I can only do electricity, then that's where I would start with that dollar amount. But if I could do if I could do my electricity and my water, I would do both of those. Then I would, if I still needed a little, so that would free up money for me to invest. I wouldn't free that up for a lifestyle. I would free that for investment purposes. And then if if I get to a point where my dollar is starting to increase, then I would probably take some money and what I was giving. Oh, if I had a car note, so I would go through my credit report and I would find out which of the debts. Hopefully, I don't have a lot, but I would find out which of the debts that I can negotiate a payment with, so that it would take my credit out of default and put me back on a regular monthly plan where my credit score could get back into play. And I would negotiate a dollar amount from that savings I got from the utilities. And if I can only afford $10, $25, I would negotiate that. And then when my credit become to start to get to a certain place, I would use it either for a self card or I would use it to try to give me a little. Hopefully, my credit can get to like 580 to 600, and I could negotiate to try to get me like a capital one, or I would try to get a secure credit card to try to help my credit. I would find the easiest way to help my credit, and I think the self card might be the easiest way to help my credit to go up. And I would just try to sustain my payments on time within those 30 days so that my credit score could go. But I'd have to find a way to get my credit score up so that I can leverage my credit score to get a credit card and in turn leverage my credit card with my utilities and to get my credit scores to rise by putting my utilities on my credit card and paying my credit card off. That's the route I would take. Besides having a side hustle or getting an additional, revenue flow.
Hey, well, unless sis wanted to respond, I go in.
Chai, you wanted to respond?
I just put a scenario out there, and I just want to see what you guys, what would you do?
Since my approach is, I'm more in the line with Chris. I like the cash flow part of what Ms. Mo said, but first the mindset's gonna have to change, and it's about paying yourself first. Put you first. So you got you in the now,
and then you in the now owe something to your future self. So that's why I love what the brother said. Hey, I got the retired me, and then I got the emergency fund me. Them are two goals that I work towards, and I'm gonna put a percentage even before I pay AM bill. I'm from the South, so you may not know what that means. So yeah, I'm gonna
Yeah.
pay them folks. I'm gonna pay them folks first, and then everybody else can get theirs. That's how they get it. That's a shift in the mind. And then as I start doing that, then I'm gonna start looking at ways on what Ms. Mo was talking about. Okay, how can I save money here? We're talking about budgeting, and most folks don't even like to even talk like that. And then even after I go through all that, then I'll be inspired or motivated to go out and get some additional cash flow. What is Uber Eats or whatever. But I'm gonna pay myself first, regardless of whatever. If I get the dream job or if I'm just starting from somewhere I don't want to be, and it's not everything I need, I got to pay my future self first.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yep.
I believe in a thing such as delayed gratification. I ain't went on a trip in a couple years. I'm fine with that. I'll live. But when it's time to go on a trip, I'm gonna be able to afford it and sleep at night and ain't gotta worry about, oh man, I can't spend this because I gotta pay something back at the crib. Or I ain't thinking about, oh man, I'm gonna go into debt on this trip. I don't give a damn. Nah, that's crazy thinking to me. Crazy thinking. Forget it. My auto pay is them percentages coming out. They got to come out. That's just the mindset. Price is right. Your mindset got to change when it come to this. Trying to, ball and do this, it ain't gonna work unless you got extra income for that. I sell shoes. So here and there, I'm gonna have a little extra money to do some, if I want to do it. If I want to, grab me some shoes and I'll be hitting up them sales too. So that really be saving me some money too. So I save and budget every day. I'm looking for a sale. I'm looking for a discount. I don't want to pay retail for nothing. If I can get a discount, I'm gonna get it. So, huh?
That's it. You ain't never lying.
So I mean, it's really about that mindset. It's gotta be gritty. You know what I'm saying? You gotta get down, and you gotta crack down on yourself, and what you really trying to do if you serious about that. I hear it. People, that they live in paycheck to paycheck. I get that. I really do because that's the economy we in. But if I catch you, you know somewhere spending money when you ain't got to spend it, then I'm gonna be like, hey, bro, what happened? Oh man, I just had to come out real quick. I'm just like, bro, you didn't have them J's last week. How you get those? I thought you ain't had no more. Oh
Mm-mm.
no, man, I caught these, man. Yeah, man, I had to get these, bro. But see, that's what it come down to is what you have to do. You don't have to. I have to save for retirement. I have to have an emergency savings because I got responsibilities. But when my responsibility is to take care of myself, if something happens to me and I got to give everything that I have to my family,
Oh,
I
speaking
can't live. I can't live. Oh well, I do it later. No, them days is over with, man. I'm about to be 40. I can't think like a younger man like I used to do. I can't do the same shit I used to do. Partying and you know, spending money frivolously, trying to, I get it back. So I can't think like that because now it's a rat race.
Well, let me put a pin right there on the responsibility. So here's a flip script. So my aunt, I didn't know my aunt was a vet, one of my dad's sisters. My aunt had a life-changing event, 72 years old, downsized, dementia. Nobody, no fiscal manager, nobody on paper, no access to her information, retired postal worker, and a veteran. Put out of the nursing home, dropped off in Louisiana, no ID card, no nothing. Talk about a reality check. Not that she can't support herself. Nobody has access to it and legally can't get access to it. Do you know the hoops I had to jump through to try to get the VA to, one person ended up having a medical power of attorney that was out of country that came back finally and was able to speak to the VA to allow them to begin to give her some help based on that. But because she made too much money that nobody has access to, she can't get care. Wow. Imagine that, having the dollar and can't get no support. Like when you're doing your retirement planning, your fiscal budgeting, you gotta have somebody that you trust that's gonna be able to have, I would actually say 2 bodies, have access. Because when life start lifing, age comes down, and nobody have access to nothing, that's worse than not having nothing at all. Because legally, can't nobody do nothing for you. And so then you become a liability to somebody else.
Yep.
And so she's a liability to her sister, who's a little older than her, who's trying to hold it down until we get it all figured out. But there's some resources. I went online and looked up elderly support and resources, and come to find out there's a whole bunch of associations out there to help the elderly and connect you with nonprofits in your area who offer free services. So that's the route we had to kind of take until we could figure out the legal piece. So make sure you guys have living wills in place. Make sure you have living will benefits in your policies. Some car insurances have medical support benefits if you go out on some type of medical. Make sure you could tap into, a lot of people say Social Security is not going to be there. Well, until it's here, or if it's not gone, tap into it. If you get an emergency situation and help becomes an issue, tap into it. You got to do what you got to do. The Workforce Solutions, they have a lot of paid programs. Maybe you can get into a paid research study. Not saying nothing that's going to cause hurt, harm, or danger. You got to do something medical, but, redefine a new skill set. Workforce Solutions is always the best place to go because they'll pay for, sometimes they have stipend programs where they will pay you to go through the program. Those are opportunities. Look for virtual opportunities. If you don't have a skill set in virtual, then you could take classes, virtual certification to learn how. And a lot of times, some people just don't want to do certain things. But if you have to redefine life or you have to get a new career, then, like I was telling my nephew, I said, hey, you have to build up, in high school, you have to build up a tolerance for the subjects that you don't like. and talk yourself through it. But that it came back to what Price said is the mindset. You have to really train your mindset for where you need to go. Because any new job or if you pick up, so I was talking to a lady at the flea market and she was selling, she was telling me how she got into selling the products that she sells. So she sell Crocs and she get all the little pins and everything that go on the Crocs, and she predominantly have Crocs for kids, but adults are big kids and they end up buying too. And then so she added to her Crocs tumblers, but she put the little playful animated characters on them.
Yeah.
Charging them $40. She sells Crocs out there, but every weekend she comes out. She got the Hello Kitty, all the little the Spider Bands, and all the little character Crocs. And that's the only person that I've seen besides the cell phone cases that gets in the sports jerseys that gets multicultural sales. And my paparazzi, of course. But she gets all the little kids from all the cultures stopping their parents at her table to buy them Crocs. And so, if you're looking for products to sell, it's always to find out what's the latest and the greatest trend, what can make $1, whatever. That's why I don't care how much pseudo they call me, I never give up selling them CMOS smoothies. Because I can take 20 smoothies and go make $200 just like that. Brandon was going to add in.
Yeah, where Brandon at?
He right there.
What's going on, everybody? How y'all doing?
Over there with that Italian boy?
See, that's why I didn't want to jump on, because I knew that shit would come up. I was waiting for Price, but come on, Chris. Come on, man.
My bad, bro.
See how you doing?
You said what?
But this you right here be compound interest. I see.
I mean, I like how that question was thrown out there. I mean, and I'm so excited with Chris and Price on that. I mean, self-preservation is always key when you get older. You start to realize that, unless you don't have kids or anything like that. But you got to be in the mindset of just what Chris said, preparing yourself for the future. And, that means you have to get a little debt now. I mean, it's worth it for the end.
Tabela. Senior Brendan.
See, there you go, Price. Always with this shit. I'm gonna get you back. I'm gonna get you back. I'm gonna get you back, brother. Nah.
And you know what I find too? When you start playing with this chart and you see how many years it take you, you only put $20 away a month. How long it's gonna take you to get to $1,000? You want to hurry up and throw $100 in. You're like, man, I need to
honestly, Like honestly, you know what I think, and there's nothing wrong with saving and investing, but it's got to be more than this, because, like you said, it's gonna take. If you go back to 1,000, or I don't know what chart you had before, but
this is compound interest calculator.
No, you had 1,000 on there before. What was that you put?
Oh, that was $20 for I think it was 4 years. Every month. $20 a month, 4 years.
Sure. If you can at least do like 35, do 35.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because that shit's sad right there. I mean, that's still sad. Like, you need to, because the way I'm seeing it is, like, with inflation, taxes, everything's going up, you're gonna need more than $33,000 just to beat the dollar.
My best time to always do it is during tax season. I always try to make sure I can get at least a refund to put $1,000 away.
Yeah.
Right. And that's another thing too. You need another side hustle too. I mean, that's what it seems like. For
Because
those
think about
people who don't have a good job, you need a side hustle.
yeah. Besides getting a settlement of some sort, tax returns or annual saving. I'm thinking about things that people can't put their hand on. A lot of people can't put the money away in an account and leave it there. They'll tap into it. So they got that what's called these Christmas accounts where you could put money in it and you can't withdraw till November. Or, you got your tax returns where you could give the extra money to IRS and they give it back to you. It's like having a savings account you can't touch, right? You get that money back. Every year that time is coming back. So if you can't save monthly or you're having a hard time figuring it out, then the next time you can really come up on a lump sum would be like a lump sum to get you started would be for the tax returns. And if not the tax returns, if you have to search within your own paycheck, it has to be you cutting something back, like Price says. You got to take a percentage out. You got to pay yourself first. So something gonna have to change. I'm gonna have to renegotiate a payment somewhere to get some of that money back.
Yep.
Because the only other side hustle, besides what we were talking about selling products or shopping cheap, would be drop shipping.
OnlyFans.
Huh?
Well,
Yeah.
no, drop shipping. That's what I said.
My wife do this thing with the cash, man, and that nigga stack 5,000 or 10,000 up on you in a year like it ain't nothing, just by these little books, filling these little envelopes and putting the dollars and the $5 and the $10 and the $20 a month all the way up. Yeah, she do real good with that.
No, that's what's up.
So that tax return thing, Ms. Mo, I don't know about you, but tax return ain't been good for for years for us. We just happy not to pay.
That's because you got a lot of assets.
Let me put my business out there.
All right. What you gotta do, Price, this Chris Lane right here is your money gotta start going in deferred account. Those are deferred retirement accounts.
No, I don't even like that too much, Ms. Mo.
You don't like that?
I get what you're saying. I've been focusing on charity. I don't like deferred because guess what? I'm about 10 years from deferred age. And they still want their cut.
Yeah, you right. They do want their cut. So you just blessed, Price. So that ain't your route.
No, I ain't mad about it. I'm just saying, the hell with them taxes, though.
Yeah, you blessed. You know what? And I think that not these athletes, but Shannon Sharpe particularly, by them offering money and giving things away to the Olympic players, things of that nature, they starting to realize you can make all that money. They're gonna take it from you. That 47% ain't no joke.
Exactly. What's that thing you say though? You get the break when how you be saying that when you start giving money away, it's something that you be saying that
well, they give the breaks to those who own things, but you gotta if you don't give it I got this from JJ the CPA. If you don't plan on giving some of your money away, then there ain't no need for you to make more than $275,000.
I agree with that. I do agree with that.
It's because you want to just because anything over 275, you gonna give it up 47%. Point blank period. So I remember looking at the tax. Let's go to the tax bracket. And this is how I started looking at my little dollars lately. I was like, okay, I gotta figure something out. And I'm in the business of making some cash, but in the same sense, I want to grow something too. So let me see what the tax brackets are. In the tax brackets, you got let's see, that's 22. So 22, 23, 24. So you know you get taxed 10%, anything 11,600 or less. So we get taxed on 22% at 47,151 to 100. I mean, $25. You getting taxed that 22%. So you think about these folks up here, which ain't me. I know that 30% or more. We flying over here, the 24, 22, and 12% tax bracket. You're gonna get taxed regardless, but the only way you combat these taxes is if you own something, assets.
The deductions in charitable giving, you can get that down to about 15 to 13.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You have to own something. Your assets are your charitable giving, which gets you well. You have to itemize first in order for your charitable to even kick in.
Yes,
because if you didn't itemize, if you can't itemize, you don't own no stock, bonds, real estate. Don't even think about it. You can put that little charitable in if you want to.
Hey Mo, would it be best if you incorporate yourself or no?
No, you could do home base. You could do something. Oh, Brandon ain't been here, Chris. You should whip him. We talked about the last. We talked about tax.
Huh?
Yep, we talked about taxes the last few weeks. What's the difference between a sole proprietor, single disregarded entity, or S corp or C corp? So it don't matter if you incorporate, you don't incorporate. The idea is for your taxable income to lower your taxable income to get a less tax bracket. So
no, I was gonna say because you're making so much money, it is best to be an LLC versus a sole corp. That's cool.
Oh yeah. Once you net more than I say 20K, but I think there's an unwritten rule of like 80,000 or more. But I said at 20K or more, you can S corp, because if you don't net profit, then it is unnecessary. When we talked about that, Brandon, I think you brought that up from a guy.
Yeah.
One of the things, but so that net profit. The reason, okay, let me back it up for those who wasn't here. The reason you want to S corp is because if you keep it as a regular single disregarded entity or sole proprietor LLC, you're going to get taxed on the profits. You already got taxed. You're going to get taxed income tax and self-employed tax on the profits. But if you go S corp, that profit is only going to get taxed on the income tax, and not the self-employed tax. So instead of tax twice, you get taxed once on the profits. Otherwise, you would get both the income and the self-employed. So that's the difference between those two. So that's why you need to have somewhere for that money to sit. 9 out of 10, if you net profited, you're not going to be spending that money right now anyway. So you either, and this is where Price probably comes in, because he's in that margin where he got too much going on. So now it's okay. You're only going to get taxed on it once anyways. So you letting it grow. This is when you're earning it. Whatever you're earning it in that earning year is where your issue is at. But in the same sense, the only way you're going to be able to combat income tax is if you give them a little bit more. So if you already know how much you're going to owe for the year, you can add that back in one of your W-4s or whatnot. So my retirement pay is not taxed because I'm not under the CRDL. I'm on the CSRC. Price is probably under regular retirement, aren't you, Price? Be like you all up in my business now. But anyways, if your income is taxed, then you want to figure out how you can lower some of that taxable income. If you don't put them in those any deferred accounts or any of the investment vehicles, where whether it's an IRA, a CD, or a money market, then your money is gonna be taxed, and so you would have to, in order to keep from being taxed, you would have to give the IRS more through the years. So, like, go ahead, Price.
Wait a minute. Say that one more time, Ms. Mo. You got my attention.
I was saying, I was saying that when you make more money, when you make too much money, the only thing you can really do is put that money in CDs, money markets, IRAs to keep them from taxing it right now. The only other way that you could combat the tax, other than the deferred accounts, is that you give them a little bit more during the year. So what I was saying was that, like, my retirement money is not taxable because I'm under the CSRC. I'm not under the regular retirement CRDL. And then one of my bosses who I do payroll for, he's retiree. His money is taxed because his is not taxed. I mean, his retirement money is taxable. So what he did was, and plus he owns that business that net profits a whole lot of money. So what they did was, their S corps, they get their K1s. When they get their distributions, instead of just taking the distribution straight outright, they let their distributions get taxed. So that money helps. Along with, they give extra money on their paychecks to pay down their taxes. So if they already know that their tax bill is going to be like $20,000, they divide that $20,000 by 12, and they give that extra money every month. So when they file their taxes, they don't owe taxes.
Wait a minute. So are the distributions coming off of investments through the
business? No, business.
Straight business. Okay, yeah. Okay.
So, we get those government contracts. So revenue is pretty high. And so they leave majority of the money into the company. They take a regular paycheck, and then they take a distribution twice a year. Well, 4 times a year.
Okay, I got you, from business.
Right. So, yeah, it's from business. And so they still make too much money. So what they do is, after the first year, we just took however much money that they owed in taxes, we divided it by 12, and we let that come. We added an additional tax withholding from their paycheck. So they give the IRS an extra $300 to $500 a month.
No, I ain't on that level. I ain't doing that.
Yeah,
I ain't there.
But I've seen people who give the IRS, like when my brother was on taxes, I knew he was going to owe. I had him giving $25 a month extra. So it just depends on your level.
No, I get what you're saying. I do something different. It's just that my threshold, if I have to pay $1,000 or less, I'm cool.
Oh, shoot, that's good.
Yeah, I'm with that. That's why I say I ain't on them boys level. I'm dialed in, but I'll be there one day, maybe 2025.
Yeah, they and me, I be fussing because I be like, you give that money to charity. What are you talking about? or now I have one guy I know, he gives his money out in bonuses to his employees, and he makes sure that his employees' salaries are pretty healthy, because he like, before I give this money to the IRS, I'd rather give it to my employees. He does. That's Coach's mentor. He makes sure his people are well paid, and he gives out. I think he gives out about 250,000 worth of bonuses every year.
So here go the thing, Ms. Mo. So you're talking about business cash flow, right?
Cash, yes. This is business.
Give me a cash flow on a capital gain scenario, on whether it's an investment or it's a real estate property or something.
I would say if it's capital gains, I wouldn't take it out. Well, it's hard. It's hard because if you have the capital gain, they're gonna get you because you got to report it. So the only other way is you just gonna have to pay the taxes. Be honest with you.
Okay, so just keep it for a year and pay the taxes. I got you.
Yeah, you got to pay the tax because there's no other way. And I hear McKee talk about this all the time on Clubhouse. You know, you can avoid it for so long.
She still be on there?
Yeah, she's still on Clubhouse. You can avoid it for so long. You can avoid taxes for so long before it come knocking at your door. So the only thing you can do is come up with a strategy to give them theirs and you keep yours. You want to keep more of your money and whatever you earn, because the only other way you're going to be able to do the capital gains thing is if you had it in one of the accounts where you don't touch it and you don't withdraw. So if you're withdrawing it, you're gonna get taxed. They're gonna tap you anyway, unless you let them take the taxes when you draw. So like if I take money out of my investments, I always let them take the tax because I don't got time to be playing up with them at the end.
Yeah, I do too.
I agree.
Have them take the tax.
Yeah, so I don't never worry about it. So I'd be like, oh, y'all gonna take y'all little 10% right now, and let me go and buy my little affairs.
No, but here go the thing though, Ms. Mo. If you make a quick move, if you make that move within a year, you at a higher threshold.
Yeah, if it's short term, you get taxed on short term.
Yeah, that's shit like 40%. You know, you have to hold for at least that's why I trade like I trade. Is because I rather just hold it for a year, and then you can fall down, 20%.
Yeah, and you can get it. So, and see, that's the other thing about investing and making money in this particular society is that you might as well assume the tax because now is one or two things going to happen. You're going to learn how to maneuver, or you get frustrated and you don't want to do it because you don't want to pay the tax.
No, I agree with that.
Like the guy told me, he said, girl, I make a lot of money and I give out a lot of money. But boy, if you could teach me how to keep my taxes like Trump, I say, man, Trump giving out personal loans. So he accounted on his books as a liability and gonna keep it there forever if he can. That's the only other way. You ain't getting down like that. And then some people who try to I think we were reading an article and it said don't try to take the money and it was something we was doing for taxes. It was saying, now I could tell you that for the business side, if you get into businesses where you can take advantage of some of the credits, like I told you, somebody wanted me to do their taxes. There was a pilot, and the guy who did the taxes made him a business and put the business income, the expenses as an aviation fuel tax credit.
I ain't really do all that, Ms. Mo. I don't want to lie about it.
Yeah, nobody wants to do all that, but that's what I'm saying. Like, unless there's some now with agriculture, there's a lot of credits in agriculture. And I remember one time Trump put a little next to his where's that Trump Tower? Is it in New Jersey?
It's one is in DC and one is in New York.
Okay, DC. The one in DC, he put a little is the one in DC got like a little golf course? One of them had so he put I think he put like a little gated, on the golf course, he put like this little gated area and put a couple of sheep or something like that and said his business was on the agriculture. I'm not lying. He took advantage. Hey, it was legal though. He took advantage of the agriculture tax credits.
That is wow.
Yup. Yup.
I
You
don't
know,
No, a
know.
lot.
That's
Go
smart.
go go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, hey, that's smart.
yeah.
That's smart. 'Cause Texas is
Agricultural
already a
land
scam,
in
man.
New Jersey. Where that golf course at in New Jersey? Don't tell me that shit in Trenton. And then you
I,
done made some
no,
agricultural land.
DC. DC, ain't it, Chris?
Yeah,
Yeah. And
that
then
was
I can tell you,
Virginia.
so like a lot of times when we do our business, we always have our business based in the inner city or whatever. But in the rural area, they take advantage of tax credits as well. Having your business, and people always get us up to Amazon, but that's why Amazon is placed in the rural area. You think these corporations placing their companies in the rural area because they just like being in the country? No, tax credits, and you can't get upset, that they're taking advantage of the tax credits. But the problem is for us is that we're not making millions and they just kicking our butt with the same tax laws. We don't get no favor.
Mm.
So the best thing you could do is assume it and make the best of it. That's all I can tell you. I mean, because if you try to get away with it, it's gonna come back because your Social Security is attached to it. So it'll catch up with you. Now, for those people who getting the cash, they're the only one that can get away with this stuff.
Yeah.
Because they're getting cash. I don't know. Me only take cash. Bet.
No. So hey, well, I got a question for you, Miss Bo. If nobody else got something, because it may segue a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So, any of y'all tracking on what Bloomberg, Michael Bloomberg's corporation just did for the Black Medical School?
Yeah, they
HBCU
donated
Medical
some
Oh,
School.
money.
yeah.
They
Did he pay
donated all that
for it?
money. I think it
He
was
gave
like 60-something million.
$600 million
600. Yeah,
to the
600
four
something.
HBCU medical schools. So it breaks
Yeah,
down to something
like
like
5 of them.
100. All right, so we tracking then. So here's my question.
Mm-hmm.
Number one, I guess you've been speaking to how he's benefiting from that with the $600 million donation to these entities. But a lot of when you read the article on it, talks about the entities taking this money into their endowment, and the endowment's using the interest earned from like 175 million per endowment to sustain operations. Can you talk on how that works?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we got one from we got an endowment. You talking about for on his side?
Yeah, okay. So one of the
Because
schools was Howard. Howard got like
it,
175 million. Morehouse got like 175 million. Meharry got 175 million. Charles Drew got 175 million. Then Xavier just started medical school and they got like 5 million. I don't know how Xavier is using theirs, but particularly Howard and Morehouse Med Schools said this was going to the school's endowment. So how would that 175 million, the endowment is basically just saying an investment account, right?
Yes. Uh-huh. Yep.
So
And they can't remove any. It always has to stay to that dollar amount, and they can only remove the interest.
Exactly. But I mean, what number of interest and are we talking about for 175 million? It just said about 8%.
Oh, let's look at it right here. How much?
I'm just throwing numbers out there, but I know it's 175 million per institution. I don't know what the interest rate is now, but with that endowment, something like a 6 to 8%.
Oh, I can't do no
annually.
17.5 on here.
And then Spelman just got like 100 million from somebody, but it's an agenda attached to that. But they got like 100 million doing commencement this year. Spelman University did. But when that money goes into these endowments,
Look at that.
what does those interest payouts do? Like, what do those look like?
I can't do on this calculator. I can't do the whole. I can do 17,500,000 just to give a kind of a ballpark figure.
All right. Well, we have an idea. I mean, we ain't trying to count these schools' pockets. They got their own issue.
So on 17,500,000, in a year, 1.4 million. That's a lot.
Okay. Yeah, that's a lot. They can do a lot with that.
Yeah, every year. Plus they racking in, whatever they're getting from the feds from those students. That could really
let's do some quick math. You say 17.5 million was how much?
For 1.4 million.
So that's, let's say 5 times that, and then 175. Let's just say 2.5 times that. So we talk about almost $10 million a year. Just being rough with it.
Yeah.
That $10 million a year is a lot. Yeah. Okay, got it.
Yeah, because
that's
some schools it costs about. I know my school it costs 19 million to run a year. And so keep in mind now, every year, well, they're gonna be removing theirs, so it will always stay at that dollar amount because they're gonna be taking the interest off every year. Yep.
It's about roughly about $14 million a year. So that's facilities, and you can help students.
Yep. Yep.
Just off the endowment.
Yep. So they'll tell you if you want to give money to, the schools, especially if you give it a large lump sum, put it in an endowment and let them eat off the interest. That way, they will always have money. Now, we got one.
These schools already got an endowment now, Ms. Mo. So this really just boost up their endowment then, right?
Yeah, but how much of an endowment do they have?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not that much in the weeds.
Yeah, they probably ain't got no $175 million.
No, they don't.
Right. And a lot of these folks out here like Bloomberg and Jeff Bezos and all of them are giving up their money to the HBCUs because it's the best kept secret of where you can put your money.
Well, it's not just Jeff Bezos, really his ex-wife.
Yeah, it was his ex-wife, right? It was her. Yeah. That's the best, that's the best case scenario where you could put your money, be honest. Because you can see your money work for you.
They getting a tax. Those guys are getting a tax break off of that, and then the institutions, if they manage their affairs properly, they're going to get a nice injection of capital.
Right.
Okay.
Right. So, if the institution play their cards right and they fix their infrastructure, that's more students. Because a lot of them are just losing students based on infrastructure, just old buildings.
No, I totally agree with you there, sis. You're right.
If you look at downtown Columbia, man, they revitalized that whole freaking city.
Ms. Moore, I was just there about 2 years ago. Benedict is like right outside downtown, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, I went through there coming out of Fort Jackson, and I don't even remember the name of the road, but I rode all the way down there. And Lindsey Graham taking good care of y'all.
Taking good care of USC. Benedict don't look like that because Benedict should be doing what USC's doing, and they should have took some of the infrastructure money, rebuild those dorms, did the same thing. Because USC, if you were going down Columbia about 4 years ago, maybe about, no, 2017, 18. And if you go down there now, man, I almost got lost. I was like, what the hell? Because I don't go through downtown. Man, they knocked down all those old buildings and then opened up the area by the stadium.
Wait a
All
minute, USC is in downtown Columbia too?
Yeah, USC is downtown.
Oh, I ain't going in that part of Columbia then. I was definitely around Benedict.
Yeah, Benedict Allen. You was next to Benedict and Allen. They right
Yes.
across the street from one another. Man, they knocked down all of their buildings are modern. I'm talking like a whole new Columbia down there.
But that's a different fight. That's a different fight, though, Miss Mo.
It is a different fight. But you know what, though? But Price, I say this because I think that HBCUs missed their opportunity during the pandemic. We should have jumped on that research money. We should have opened up we wasn't using the facilities. Nobody was in school. Everybody was out of school for a whole year. We should have used those facilities as contact agents. We should have used them for research, and we should have tapped in all of that money that they gave out. All of them, all our HBCUs, we should have been on top of this stuff. We should have been, man, you know how much money we let go to the side?
No, don't say we, Miss Mo, because where I'm at, the schools are R2 research facilities is trying to be R1. So I don't know what Benedict doing. I don't know what Benedict doing.
Voorhees is just now capitalizing.
Yeah. So yeah. I'm glad y'all getting in the fight. I keep talking about research dollars, but we don't like to talk about that type of stuff.
Yes, research dollars is big. So remember, you wasn't on, Price. I had the young lady on for environmental justice. Maybe I'll get her to talk a little bit about it next week. A lot of funding, research funding, we are attached to the schools and got the kids researching and things of that nature for us, for data. Like, oh man, they just a mastermind. Wait till she come back on. Wait till she come back. I'm gonna let her tap into some stuff.
Yeah, I want to hear about it because in my hometown they got a whole curriculum for urban development. So I would like to, I'm putting together some stuff. I even got some stuff a few brothers that I'm running by some administrators to say, hey man, can you change this model? Somebody hacking y'all system, but I got to make sure my ducks in a row between a 4-year and the certification system, a 2-year or whatever. So I'm trying to put a package together to get to some administrators I know, and just to see what moving forward looks like.
Yes, like it's some avenues that could open up. Let's see. Our creativity with where the funds coming from and how to get these funds we have to be thinking and be on point. So all those creative thinkers who are out there who know how to make some things work, like we got to be on our game. Like we just need a group for just creative writers, programmatic.
No, not creative writers, technical writers.
Yeah, technical. I keep forgetting. Yeah, technical writers.
Yeah, we ain't talking about no Huckleberry Finn.
I know. Look at this. EPA awards more than $4 billion in funding for grants and other assistance agreements from small profit organizations to large governmental. And this is true because I do know. And they even got training opportunities. I started looking up some trainings they teaching you how to do what they need you to do. You know, how to manage your grant, all that. I missed the training.
No.
ma-
Well, I got about three projects I'm working on, Ms. Mo. I'm working on that. Kind of like a black agenda. All this political discussion has inspired me. No, it's about 4 or 5 projects. I got a lot of stuff I'm working on, man.
that's
A lot of
good.
stuff. No, it ain't good, Miss Mo. I'm only one person.
Ah, I wish I could help you with a kid.
No, but you helped me with a lot of the information. You inspired about 2 of these projects. Being honest, yeah, maybe 3.
I'm gonna jump on some of this stuff. Looks like they about to try to give out some money. I'm trying to do. I'm already certified. I just need to find. It's no, you know, a lot of times, a lot of the things that we talk about and we try to get people to get into is it doesn't necessarily go over their head. It's just a hard reality. And then we can, man.
I agree with you. That hard reality, but we gotta take a look at it, regardless of what it sounds like or what's required to really understand what's going on.
Yeah. And some of the stuff they try to put out here and make it scary, but I'm not scared.
What's that? What they trying to make scary?
These grant processes. But I like the fact that these folks got training. If you can sit down and take the trainings and see what they're looking for, how to apply, how to put those budgets together, things of that nature, man, you could win. But it's just a matter of finding out, okay, where is the money? Where the money at? And how can we get to it? And what does it take to get to it? It's just pretty much. Chris, you wanted me to bring up is one article that you did not talk about. This one.
Oh.
Yeah, I saw that in the back chat.
Yeah, who companies is basically putting their money behind. I mean, that's important too. The only thing with this though, man, is all of these gonna come with a lot of risk, especially tech companies and banks.
No, I agree with you wholeheartedly, Chris. On those, yep.
Those companies that you were saying that had a lot of layoffs, do you think a lot of them layoffs were DEI? Because the funding stopped. No, I'm saying it from because a lot of government programs is funding related, and it was only 3-year funding programs, and a lot of those tech companies fall just like what Microsoft did theirs. It was DUI department that they laid off. That's why I was asking that.
Well, here's my thing, Ms. Mo. Well, you asked Chris, so I'm gonna defer to you, Chris. You go first.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
So, what my only thing when you start talking about tech and a DEI, that really don't fly. I hear where you're going with that, but if somebody is talented, then I'm not gonna say DEI is a thing until maybe if you start talking about the C-suite. And this is kind of anecdotal, but shit, my wife got a cousin just got a VP position with a huge corporation that That shit is Nick 9. I
Nice.
mean, I think DEI is real, but when you start talking about tech companies or special skills, the skills gonna win every time. Except when you start talking about who's gonna be the CEO or the VP of operations or the VP of finance, it may be something there, but yeah, I'm not ready to muddy the waters with that. Tech is
Yeah.
gonna suffer for
Yeah.
different reasons, in my opinion.
Right. I'm right along with you. No, I don't think them had nothing to do with DEI.
I was just
Right.
asking because remember Microsoft just decrease a whole department.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
Microsoft has been in bed with India for years, Ms. Mo. Let's really, if you peel back the onion, they have had centers and academies over there in India. The
Yeah.
current CEO is of East Indian, whatever part of Asia that is. I can't think of it right now. I mean, DEI is very real. I am not saying that, but when I look at it, Microsoft or whatever, they've been doing it for years. Ain't nothing changed. Nothing.
Yeah, I was just thinking of it of more of the funding perspective, because you know how anytime we have something going on, government gives.
Wait, you think Microsoft needs the funding from the government?
No, but I think that if they created a particular department based on that particular funds, then they'll take it. That's just like
they will take it. But I just if you go back and look for the last 2 or 3 decades, Ms. Mo, Microsoft has vested a huge interest in India, who has probably, if not larger than Africa, they're only second to Africa, a largest population of young folks.
Mm-hmm.
And they got a lot of tech people and they got a lot of doctors.
Yeah. They wouldn't need that. But I was just saying in reference to sometimes how certain positions come about from certain funding opportunities and then they go away because they don't need you no more. They don't need the position because it was only there for a certain dollar. But yeah, I mean, I agree with y'all. I was just having a little observation. Yeah. Yeah.
No, I would just say if we're gonna talk about Microsoft, look at the what they call them visas, the A1 visas they supported over the last 30 years. That's what I would say.
Say A1 visas?
Yeah, is that the visas where the corporations come out and sponsor certain
work visas?
Yeah, certain work, but these are high level work visas. Look at the demographics of the visas that they've supported over the last 3 decades. Same with Apple, the same with a Google, and the same with an NVIDIA. And then see just how much DEI is up in there. Is this shit a global DEI or is this some FBA DEI? And that's not to discount what DEI is about, but yeah.
Shoot, they got a lot of jobs still out there for visa. Over 5,000, over 4,000.
So look at that. So you say Microsoft got 4,000 positions open for Visa?
Microsoft Teams, Visa sponsorship. Let me go back.
Yeah. Think about that now, Ms. Mo. 4,000 positions open for Visa.
Boy, y'all better reclass.
No, I'm just saying, what is that saying about?
They don't need no deal.
No, I'm just saying, what is that saying?
Hey,
hey, I got 5 positions open for visas in a country with a demographic of 326 million.
We ain't got no skills.
I'm just saying.
They have to extend their arms somewhere else. Look at that pay. It's going into the wrong career fields.
I'm just saying, we get mad about a lot of stuff, man, but we don't really analyze why we mad. You got like the mad rapper, you know. We mad and don't even be knowing why we mad.
You say the mad rapper.
Yeah, I know why I'm mad.
What you mad for, Chris?
I'm mad at coon niggas.
Oh, here we go. Brandon, get up.
I'm going on mute.
I know. About
No.
to go.
You said coon niggas though. That's hilarious.
No, so did y'all hear about the dudes that said that they decreased the wealth gap by 100 million?
Yeah, I seen on pocket watches.
I seen that. I
Wait a
seen
minute. They did what? Who did that?
They decreased the wealth gap between black people and white people by 100 million.
I need to see some data on that, bro. I don't even know if that is true or not. They did that. A group of people with a product did that, or a strategy did that.
No, 2 people did. Apparently 2 people did it.
Yeah. I don't believe it, but I think it's cap, but and the 2 dudes, they got credentials too. And they said this. I'm just like, bruh. I'm just like, why? See, this the stuff I get mad at. I don't get mad at stuff I can't control necessarily, or I already know the outcome of it. Like, I don't get mad at white people doing white people stuff. I don't get mad at that. I already know what it is. But this type of stuff right here, it's just a simple fact that that's the new wave. The grift, the internet grift. That's what it is. And you just got people going out here just saying, such and such is solid. Bro, what makes them solid? What data are you giving me that makes them solid? What tells you that? Because they can quote something off the internet. That does not make a person solid. That makes them rehearse a confirmation bias. That's it. Unless, like, people don't understand. These dudes make money off of you are the consumer of their product. If I made up a course right now and charged $20 for you to get in, that is not me getting rich off of stocks. That's me getting rich off of you. It's called marketing and sales. I'm getting rich off of you. And then I may take that money and put it in the market or whatever the case is. But they can't read in between the lines of that stuff. Like, it's a difference between, actually getting wealthy off of investing or trading and get rich off of selling courses and, Discord groups and Patreons and all of that stuff. It's totally different. I can scale my business faster that way than the stock market can give me that much money in a certain amount of time.
That's it. That's it right there.
Yeah.
They don't see that.
Wait a minute. But how they close the gap by 100 million? What did they do?
I don't know what they did. I can't tell you, to be honest. I already know the math ain't mathing. Because that's insane. but or maybe it was just a catchy title or something. But it was actually a post by a page or some page about it. That was the name of their event. I'm starting to feel what Kendrick Lamar is saying too, that dudes be running to Atlanta to get a check. That's where they do all the events at. I guess because Atlanta is the new chocolate city. But I'm just like, oh man, I thank my ancestors for giving me the willpower and mental fortitude not to fall for certain shit, and just willing to stand on my square and be opposite of the crowd.
I think it's more of a, I don't want to say combative, but more of a questionnaire of why you question people type of
Yeah,
thing for me, because it's like, all right, well, let me see if they really know what they're doing. Let me look into it. Let me until I'm proven wrong.
right. And it's
They don't.
like,
You said they credentialed with their financial certified
well,
financial.
one of the dudes is a CPA, and the other one's a financial advisor. Well, and to clarify, unless he has his own firm, you know, he cannot be considered registered. So he probably used to work in the field, but or whatever. So he may be coaching now or whatever, but he, he checked out. They both checked out. So I just don't understand. Like,
They both checked out with credentials, but talk to us about how you close this gap.
Yeah, they claim. Yeah, did they claim check out? They got
yeah,
credentials, but did they
right.
claim check out?
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, that's the whole point. And I just seen a post, a dude that I know down here, he posted, JT's video, and some dude commented on it saying, oh, all these dudes is solid, man. I'm like, no, bro. How are you saying people are solid? Like, what makes them solid? Like, you talking about Ian Dunlap? What makes him solid? Because he has an internet page. And he charging $40,000 uh to join his Red Panda shit. Like, what makes these dudes solid is because they got a media rights deal, a microphone. They get on Breakfast Club and all of this stuff. That don't make a nigga solid. You know what I'm saying? That don't make their business solid. If you bring grifters and scammers on your platform, you're not solid. That makes you complicit with the grift, with the scam, and you didn't take down the videos, you didn't call the person out, you didn't apologize. What does that say? That don't make you a solid person to me. Like, in the streets, you niggas probably come and hit you up. They probably be at your neck over something like that. So that don't make you solid. These dudes, they just say this because dudes talk about the market, and that's cool. That's fine. But that don't make a nigga solid. Solid means I got good intentions and good business dealings, and you know, I'm not like a snake oil salesman or saying crazy shit like I'm the best investor of this generation. I'm just like, come on, bro. Like, this is just silly stuff. Like, sometimes I'll be thinking something really wrong with people. I really be thinking they on the spectrum. or that I think that Christian church got a lot to do with it, where idolizing worship and is so like the propaganda is just it's ridiculous. Like we just catch on to people and we hold on to them, like and worship them, and that they can never fail, they can never make mistakes, they always right until somebody come along and pull a skirt down and find out, no, he ain't what he was. And a lot of people are waking up to that fact. So, but when I just hear that, I'm just like, bro, you have no idea. You have no idea. Um, them brothers do what they do. I don't follow them. I stopped following them pages because I can't fuck with nobody like that. So it's always gonna be something we can all agree on. But if you got bad business practice, you got bad integrity, I can't deal with you in good faith. It's one of them, I got to love you from afar. Do what you do, you know what I'm saying? But just know that I don't mess with you like that. Well, why, man? You hating. And see that that's the stuff that get everything started. It's always a person in the comments saying you hating. Person ain't got no credentials, don't read, but just follow and just join people classes and spend money, make a couple thousand and think they did something. I'm just like, okay, man. I'm glad you made a little bit of money. That's great. I hope you don't be paying courses for the rest of your life. Because at what point does the business model change? So they gonna EYL University you to death? What's gonna be next? What they gonna upgrade to? What the subscription gonna come with next? They gonna teach you dark web. They gonna teach you to be an institutional investor or accredited investor, a quib. Like, come on, bro. Like, I can really take this so many angles. Like, it don't make sense. It's really it's just funny. I stopped commenting on stuff like that on Instagrams because you get 100 different replies from people. Oh man, you hater. You know what I'm saying? You got fake followers. It just go down a rabbit hole, man. Oh boy, our people funny, man.
I'm looking at this wealth gap chart.
Yeah.
When is this from?
There's 100 million. Come on. It's shrunk.
I want to say our people got attachment issues. I think that's what that is.
Yeah, I agree with that.
They tripping.
So I'm trying to be rich like Price, man.
Right?
Bro, I am not rich. Why you keep saying that?
Straight baller.
Hey, you rich to a lot of these Negroes paying for courses. That's all I got to say.
But hey man, leave me out of that, Chris. I don't even know these dudes that shrunk the wealth gap. I don't know them. I'm really trying to I'm trying to help some real people. So I ain't even in there, man.
Yeah, boy, shrunk the wealth gap. Yeah, that's a good one, man. Yeah, times just keep getting interesting. Matter of fact, Mo, see if you can pull up on Google, 2 million shrunk the wealth gap by $100 million, and see if it pull up anything.
All right. And then I'll come back to this article. Okay.
Okay.
That's phenomenal if they but I don't believe that. Not during this place in the business cycle. I ain't heard nobody do that.
Right.
Trump, the wealth gap, what? 1 million?
About 100
One,
million.
100 million.
Yeah.
100 million.
Yeah.
When did this happen? Shit. What did we?
9 figures. Yeah, I don't see nothing about no wealth.
Yeah,
CNN,
they must be part of the PPP package.
CNBC, Yahoo
Or the,
Finance, ain't nobody reported.
earned income tax credit about to get slapped on the hand.
Yeah. Yeah, I see. They ain't reported it, so oh man, this is a black thing, man. See. We
No,
don't
I
want
don't think
them.
we can go look in the Fed data. I don't think we're gonna see that. I
Uh-uh.
really don't. Especially if you talking about everybody's credit card debt is going up, and the Fed not gonna reflect that.
Yep.
I know the White House ain't gonna report that, Miss Mo. They'll be campaigning about that right now.
Shit, I'm
Yep.
trying. What they talking about? They're trying to do
Man, a feds to be at the door. Hey, how you shrink this wealth gap like that? Man, them niggas be brought in for questioning. They don't want to know how the hell you did this and why.
Well, I don't know them brothers, so I'm kind of glad. Never heard of them.
Yeah. Yeah, I unfollow a lot of pages, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm just like, bro, I'm tired of seeing this stuff, man. It's just retarded and wasting brain cells with retarded people, who already convinced in their own mind.
Miss Mo, who this you showing? Is this the White House agenda right now?
Yeah, obviously it been out. I'm trying to see how some of this passed through my dang hands. I ain't get some of this money.
Let me find out.
For small business, it was helping the wealth gap for small businesses, for Black businesses.
Who did that?
This is the White House. Now, I could tell you that this right here, they did an event here in Colombia with the banks. And they were only giving out money for real estate. If you was in business and you was trying to get a building or equipment, that this is in effect right now. If you're in business and you're trying to get some money, first community bank, first and SBA them. It's like 6 banks. They came and they did an event and they were tapping into this fund right here to fund businesses. Nah, but it was saying that that the Biden-Harris administration announced a new actions to build Black wealth and narrow the racial wealth gap. And they were doing that through, a lot of it was infrastructure and buying and houses and reconstruction of housing. So a lot of it's real estate related.
Yeah, I get that part.
And contracting, but the problem is, a lot of the problem is oversight, because this stuff be available, this money be available, and without oversight, they're not putting it in the hands of the people that it should go to. They weaning you out.
All right, let me ask you this, Ms. Mo.
We tapped into that.
Who be tapped? Where is the plug into these funds? Because
banks.
I got a Okay, no, don't say banks because that's what I'm trying to get to this. I got a partner right up there, up the road from you. We're trying to make some moves on the stuff in the bank. Talking about they ain't got no money.
Oh, it's which banks?
This was like a
So,
small community bank. That's my thing. Is okay. Is it's like a
we have CDF CDFI. Which state?
North Carolina.
Uh,
Mm.
these are your banks in North Carolina. Let me send it to you.
I'm just going. I'm looking down your list now.
Screenshot it. That's who
None of
got
these
the.
on the list.
That's who got
Me
the
and
money.
Topper too.
Mhm.
Yeah, none of the banks in the area. Why the
Yeah.
hell BB&T ain't on there? What they call BB&T now?
Nah, they not gonna be on there.
So these are local community banks, right?
Yeah, these are the banks that this the money that they have put the funding into to fund the Department of Treasury. This is where they put their money for this Reconstruction Act money to help out minority communities.
Oh man, that's crazy. I'm looking at these damn communities. Hold on, Miss Mo, don't move that. Charlotte already gentrified. Wilmington already gentrified. Charlotte, Durham already gentrified. Kingston, okay.
This let me see if y'all got an update
Greensboro.
list. Is this an old list?
No, hold on, Miss Mo. Let me look at this list. Hey, Asheville, ain't nobody moving up there. Ain't no black folks in Asheville. Raleigh, Durham, Durham, Cherokee. My dude is in he's in Tarboro. I can't remember what county. Up by ECU, Greenville.
Mm.
See, all these areas already been gentrified. Pembroke, that's down south. I guess that's for the Indians. Pembroke and
Let me see if y'all got an update list from 21.
all right. Well, man, we're trying to move something, but the bank talking about we ain't got no money right now.
It's 2024. Hold on.
Bank said they ain't got no money, Miss Mo.
They got some money. Don't let them be playing with you like that.
That's my thing. Somebody lying.
Let's put it by state.
And they got a whole city, probably one of the oldest black cities, the first black city after the Civil War, right there in the area.
Here you go. This 2024 January. There you go.
Look at Fayetteville being gentrified, Charlotte, Winston-Salem being gentrified, Raleigh, Charlotte, Durham, Jacksonville, East Coast, Asheville. We ain't going in no mountains. Got about Waynesville. See, all that shit is 40 East, 40 West, Miss Mo. Cherokee. I don't even know where Cherokee is. Hickory, up in the mountains.
Well, that's who got the money.
All that is West Carolina, RDU to Charlotte.
I don't know if it doesn't mean you can't go there and bring it back to your area.
Well, that's true.
What's the closest?
I'm gonna say Durham, Raleigh, Durham area.
So
No. I take that back. Jacksonville. I see Jacksonville on there, and they have been doing construction in Jacksonville. Got a whole new highway going out there.
There you go. You got one credit union, Marine Federal Credit Union. Can you even get into that?
Oh man, see now I don't win that argument. So see, he like to do the community banks, and I keep saying, man, rock with the credit unions.
Yeah, I would have told him rock with the credit union.
Yeah, but I mean, it just we go back and forth with that.
So that's one. Let's see what else you got out there. Let's see. Okay, let's find it.
That's
Community
a black
development.
bank.
Yeah, let's see if we can find you.
Get that lending type. Let's see what the options are under that lending type. Okay, business.
Business, ain't it?
Yes, ma'am.
Mm.
What was that talking about holding company? Because see, he may have to reorganize to the holding company.
Oh, you saying? This is a different type of people who doing the funding.
All right, now go to organization org type.
What are you talking right here?
Oh no, he's not a deposit institution. Let's see venture capital. Let's see what will come up for venture. Yeah.
They even give you the people name. Got 3. Everybody else is out of doing.
Nah, they're on some other stuff.
Maybe they can guide you though.
No, Miss Mo. Look, we've been going through this
What you mean?
for a while.
Yeah, call them. Say hello.
No, we're gonna stick with what we're doing. We're gonna do in-house cash flow.
Let's see. You got that's the only ones I see.
No, don't worry about it, Ms. Mo. Let it go. Cause we done tried the local guy and then we tried a statewide place.
Yeah.
And everybody talking about they ain't got no money or they ain't talking right. And then the chart say ain't no liquidity. So
What are you asking for money for?
Well, here's the thing. I told you got a whole township in the area is a French black community. It's right off the Tar River, and the municipality came in and put requirements because there's a flood zone, and they put certain requirements on structures there. So you got structures there that is now like beach houses or something off of like if you go down to Myrtle Beach and houses off the coast, they kind of built like that off the river.
Mm-hmm.
But and that it's not that like they like
hey, that might fall under environmental protection money.
Exactly as I told you, I got like several projects going on, but I mean this is something ongoing we've been looking at for the longest. But every time we try to go in and look at moving something, you know, the bank say, well, we ain't got money for that. Then when we try to leverage assets, they don't come back with the right percentages, you know.
I'm gonna think about that. We have our.
But I do want to see because you know it's right off this community is off the Tar River. If I had to get some graphics and start putting them up and talking about that, but it's not man made hazards. It's nature. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But we want to go in and buy some of that, and it's like people is coming in and buying some of that, but they using private money. So that's I thought it is we're gonna need private money.
I'm thinking it might be conservation money.
But that's a good thought because you got a railroad. You got a rail. There is a dam in the area. I might do some damn map surveys of there. But the parts of the river is improved or fortified. You have a railroad there that goes through that area. They're able to fortify that, but you can't fortify this whole city. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of like a rural community. I guess you're talking about a population of let's just say 10 to 15,000 folks.
What exactly are you trying to do with the funds?
We buying properties. Yeah, we buying properties.
You gotta make it put a cause behind it. We'll figure it out.
A cause, Miss Moore, I just told you Princeville, North Carolina is the first incorporated black town after the Civil War. This is a historical district.
Oh,
what are you talking about?
Oh,
Cause.
No, no. I didn't mean it that way. So we talk about revitalizing an area.
Yeah. That's kind of been labeled as in a floodplain, but you got other areas in that floodplain, and they're fortifying that. But they left it up to the municipal. Go ahead.
That's why I'm thinking infrastructure. Or
we're ready to call foul because the municipality is already moving and somebody is buying the land in that area. I'm gonna pull some graphics and get some details, and we'll talk about it.
Yeah, pull some, and then some word gonna catch my attention. I bet we can narrow it down.
No, I'm gonna give you. I'm put a little package together. A little I can't think of the term right now. A little Exxon. I put that together for you, and
because I think that could be a water conservation project, or probably for helping with the flooding.
I'm just saying, we interested. We don't care about the flood because they say it's like 100-year floodplain, or the river only. The probability is every 100 years. Last time the area flooded, I believe, was early 2000s or maybe late 90s.
Well, you got a ways to go.
Yeah. You know how Carolinas do. It depends on what side of 95 that the hurricane, comes in and do its thing on. But
I bet we can make it work. I bet one of these grants.
No, I'm gonna put an intel package together for you, and because our thought is that the areas up the river, and Carolina is already, they got a highway going right through that area. Highway 64 is gonna run all the way to the coast, to the what they call the banks, the Outer Banks.
Mm-hmm.
They opening up the route through there, but
stormwater remediation. I bet you can make it work. Get some money to get something popping to buy something.
Now we won't get it.
They giving this money away like candy. We just got to know how to tap into it.
That's what I'm just saying. You know, when you try to go do some stuff, they talking about we ain't got no money. You got a local bank right there in that area talking about we ain't got no money. We was about to buy a whole cul-de-sac, and the funding fell through. You know, we had our 20%, but it was like a lot with a whole street with the cul-de-sac and everything. The funding fell through.
Oh, they trying to. Oh, this some little heat. That's what I'm talking about. These little oversight, because these people don't be wanting to give up the goods, but it's there. They don't be wanting to give up though.
They like Ice Cube say, man, you keep it on play fair.
They don't.
You know what I'm saying?
They never do. I always say they put that money there, but boy, we can get to it. Yeah, y'all put it there for us, but they ain't giving it to us. And unless somebody come down there and make them do it, they ain't giving it up.
No, well, it's kind of discouraging because I mean, you know, it's a community bank that, you know, business has been done there before. It's a state bank, trust. That's what they call them now. Truist, whatever they call BAB&T now. But I've been knowing, I've known them since. I've been doing business with them since late '80s, Miss Mo. You know what I'm saying?
Really, I don't like them.
Well, I did business. They was good by me until we really wanted some real money to do some stuff. You know, they started talking about, well, we can do this, and we were like, no, that ain't what we asked for. You know, and then even Navy Federal was acting crazy.
Oh wow, you couldn't get through the Navy?
Yeah, I think that was when they was having that whole thing with whatever was going on with their credit card thing. But at this point, we try to chalk it up. We don't want to put the tinfoil hats on, and we just chalk it up and say, man, it's liquidity is low right now in the business cycle. But my man even tried to move on some commercial property in that same area in the downtown in the historical district, and ran into some problems. But you got corporations moving through there like it ain't nothing. But they developing and building, they got their own finance. So
they're getting that money. They're getting that money through the same thing you're trying to get yours through.
But they got their own. When they show up, it's like they got their own money.
Yeah, it looks like they got their own. Yeah.
You know, when we say the bank, we talking about we ain't got it.
I'll think about it. See how we can tap into it from a whole other way.
No, I like what you're talking about. This whole EPA thing, because that was kind of baffling to us. You know, why would you improve this area? You improve this part of the infrastructure, and then you know how the towns are. They like right next to each other, and then you're gonna neglect this part of it. Then this town has historical. Yeah, I'm gonna put a little package together for you.
Because that's all God gonna talk to us about: revitalization, how to revitalize the community. You looked him up?
Who?
Harold Mitchell.
I don't even know. Is that the dude that's out there with you at? Where you at? But
let me.
You say he.
I'm about to show you. Well, give me 1 second. Oh, I missed the Saints game.
It's preseason. It's good.
I got to see Keon play. Hey.
How you doing?
He got him a catch when he did throw the ball.
No, I thought you done talked to him. We didn't ask you what he did on TV.
No. I want to go watch him. I'm gonna go watch him on the 24th against the Panthers.
Hey, look, my man got some property down in Charleston too. So you tell Harold this. Well, whenever if we decide to contact him, we'll let him know that this is a constituent.
It's because okay. No. Harold's in Spartanburg.
Oh no, my man in he got some stuff down in Chucktown.
Let's see. Hold on, let me